Let's see, multiplayer 2D RPG. Alright, let's see here. C# with Unity live program multiplayer 2D top-down adventure RPG. And this will be C# with Unity live programming number 8. And this will be part 1. Here we go. Let's see here. Let's check out something. Making sure the stream is working properly. Alright, so we have live 2D game fun. Alright, C# with Unity programming multiplayer top-down adventure multiplayer 2D top-down adventure RPG part 1. C# with Unity live programming number 7 2D mayhem. I just want to make sure it's in like its own playlist type deal. Hold on. Add 2. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, so if you're watching this stream right now, you may have just been in the past one, but this is going to be a long-term, ongoing stream that I think I'm going to do all the time going forward, and with the advanced tutorial series as well, that won't be live. But I think this will be an ongoing game that I actually am going to actually make and work on. Like, this will be like a long-term project that maybe I'll actually release and do something with. I've wanted to do something like this for a while, and I've attempted it in the past before, but I usually get discouraged and kind of, you know, throw it away. But with what's it called? With doing a live stream of it, you know, maybe I'll enjoy it more, and maybe I'll have a sort of that obligation feel to kind of see it through. So I'm going to go ahead and just start from scratch, and we're going to go through the networking for Unity 5 and get this thing working kind of together, because I have never done it, so I'm just going to read the documentation and figure it out. So let's go ahead and set up the multiplayer for this game. So we're going to go ahead and call this, and actually, you know what, I think I already created an RPG project before. I don't know what Alt is. Unity Testing Ground. Did I not? Oh, here we go. MMO project. RPG icons. Yeah, this is a project I worked on like 5 years ago. And an artist that was truly amazing created these icons, which looking at them now aren't that great, but she is an insane artist today. So maybe I'll make use of these. So we'll be able to do something with these perhaps. These were like inventory icons and stuff like that. So, alright, let me see here. We're going to go ahead and do MMO project, because that's ideally what we're doing here, is creating an MMO. Multiplayer 2D top-down adventure RPG part 1. Maybe I should call it MMORPG. MMORPG part 1. Maybe more people will be interested in that. Sorry. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to get networking working. So let's open up Unity. Let's create a new project for this MMORPG. I want to create this. We're going to do a new project. It's going to be a 2D game. And actually, before I do anything, guys, sorry, I want to install the latest version of Unity. So I'm actually going to head on over to unity3d.com. I want to get Unity 5.6 because I think there's a lot of bugs in the 5.0 version I have. Let me get this. And sure, download the free. I do have Pro, but the license is on my Mac, and I don't transfer it. It's for work. Download installer. Yeah. Come on. Alright, so we're going to do this. We're going to get the latest version of Unity. Connecting, blah, blah, blah. I accept the terms. 64-bit. Yes. Alright, so I want Unity 5.6. I want the updated documentation. I don't really care for standard assets. I do want Android build support. I want iOS build support. Just kidding. Can't build for iOS. Oh, I didn't know there was Visual Studios 2017. Does anyone know what the latest example project is? Is it like the movie thing or something like that? I don't even know what's in the example project. WebGL support, sure, and I think that's it, right? I'll do Mac build support. And Windows Store. Need anything else? Okay, no, I think we're good. On Linux, so we'll be able to do Windows, Linux, and stuff. Alright, good deal. I think we're okay. Install space required is 4 gigs. Download files to temporary location, sure. What was I gonna do? I need to. Oh, you know what? I'm using Visual Studios. I love Visual Studios Code, but I only use it on my Mac. And currently, my screen on my Mac is a little cracked, so it's kind of hard to develop on. I gotta get it fixed. But I was thinking of getting it for the PC, but I don't think so. I think I might as well just keep Visual Studios. Hey, real quickly, for those of you guys watching, I'm getting a notification saying that there is low output on the video. Are you guys getting buffering? If the image isn't clear, you guys should be watching this in 720p, because I am uploading in 720 at 60 frames, so that people shouldn't have problems watching this. So if you're like you're on mobile or something like that, but it's saying that it's having problems. Although now it just changed to being okay. So hopefully there's not much lag going on. Alright, so this is going to take 15 minutes, which totally sucks, but you know what this is going to give us the option to do? Let's go ahead and map out this game. And to do this and to stay organized, we're going to create a backlog of features, and this is an opportunity for you guys to contribute to this game and basically have input on what you want to see. So let's go ahead and head on over to Trello. Alrighty, and we're going to log into this. Alright, so Trello is basically like a task management thing. I've used it in Scrum, which is a methodology for your software engineers and game developers, and it's super handy. You can see here some of the games, some of the things I've worked on in the past, like for instance Money Wasted was an app where you calculate how much you earned while taking a shit at work. That was a lot of fun. You have this Fishy Treasure Hunter game I was working on. Let's see here. So we had a RuneScape open world, or ORPG. I'm not really sure what the O stands for. I forgot what that is. But this was a 3D game, and we were creating all sorts of things like skills and least important sprints, and most important, you had NPC creations, quest system, and all that stuff. So we're actually going to do something similar to that for this 2D version of the RPG. Team production, Super Toaster. That was a fun one too. Alright, so here we go. So we're going to go ahead and create a new board, and we're going to title this, until we come up with a name, it's just going to be 2D MMO Adventure 2D Adventure MMORPG. Alright, good deal. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a backlog of features or tasks. So backlog, alright, we're going to have a backlog, and then we're going to have an active sprint. Alright, so whatever's in basically the active sprint is what we're going to be working on. Alright, so let's go ahead. Well, we got 15 minutes for this to download. We can go ahead and create some backlogs. So first thing we need to do is we need to set up, let's see, player setup. We'll create a card for that. Alright, and we will alright, so here we go. So player setup, and we'll add a comment in for this. So control player, oh no, you know, first, yeah, we do have player setup. Let's see here though. Control player via, do we want to do, how do we want this to work? Do we want it to be top down, like point and click, sort of like what RuneScape or Diablo is, or do we want it to be WSAD keys to move? What do you guys think? WSAD or point click? Any input thoughts? Trying to think which one would make more sense. If I do point and click, it would make sense for you to be able to control the camera, and I don't necessarily know that I want you to be able to rotate the camera and so forth. So I think we're going to use WSAD support. So control player via WSAD. And I enjoy playing with game controllers nowadays, so I'm going to support that. See, support Xbox controller. Let's see here. So control player via WSAD, support Xbox controller, and each comment basically is like a story within. So player setup involves a few things. So we're going to control player via WASAD. And if we think of anything else for the player, then we'll add it in as a comment. Oh, and actually, not. Hold on, just kidding. I'm going to delete this. How do I delete that? Yeah, I'm going to archive it and recreate it. So here we have our player setup. And we can create a to-do list. I forgot about that. A checklist. So title, to do, and we'll add item. We'll say player controls, and we'll say WSAD, and then support Xbox controller. Alright, and then as you can see, you can kind of mark them off to get them done and so forth. So it's really, really handy. And then if we have comments or notes, I'll add a comment in. Okay, so Mike, you think we should do a point and click? I'm trying to think of why we shouldn't do that. And I'm wondering how it's going to work if you can't. If it's top down, I guess that's actually okay, right? Yeah, I think so. We'll figure it out. Let's see here. Player controls, maybe we will. We'll try top down for now, because I do like top down, but I'm wondering how that works with a straight top down 2D like game. With avoiding collisions and pathfinding and all that good stuff, because if we do point and click, then we have to involve pathfinding, so that there's no clipping, so that you can't clip into like a bush or an enemy and so forth. You can maneuver around, but I think that's okay. I think we should, because I personally enjoy point and click. So let's try that. Player controls. So support Xbox controller, and that kind of eliminates the Xbox controller support if I do that. So, yeah, let's do point and click for now. Player setup, point and click to move. And we will remove this guy. Alright, so we got player setup. We have point and click to move. What else does the player do? Player setup, point and click to move. I think that's it for now that I can think of. We need to do networking setup. So add a card. Networking. And we'll say that's the most important one, so we'll add a label. Super important, that's critical. Player setup, we'll say, is also critical. Alrighty, let's see here. Alright, how much time do we have left here? 7 minutes remaining. Alright, so we're going to do networking setup, we're going to do player setup. We need an inventory. We'll go ahead and say that's medium level of priority. We need an item system. Item system that's extensible. What else do we need? What's in like a typical RPG, right? So you have inventory, you have item system, you have player setup, you have a networking setup. We need a quest system. What else do we have? This is your opportunity, guys, to kind of give me things that are needed in a game like this that you want to see. Inventory, we have an item system, networking setup, player setup, quest system. We need I like turn-based combat type deal, so we'll say combat system. It's important. We will need, let's see, quest system, combat, networking setup, player setup. We need skills, right? We need skills. Edit description, we need skills, labels, and then here is where we can actually add what skills we want. So I'm going to go ahead and probably do a lot of inspired RuneScape skills, so if you want to throw in a skill you like, go ahead and do it now. So for the checklist, we have skills, and we're going to have attack, we're going to have strength, we're going to have range, we're going to have defense, we will have woodcutting, we will have mining, we will have smithing, and actually I really don't want to name them after where RuneScape is, so if you guys have names for these, like I don't know what other games use, but if you want to rename these, like if woodcutting is called lumber, or smithing is called, if smithing is called like craftsmanship or something like that, let's name them that. Sorka BW, welcome to the stream, and I don't understand your question. Classes? Let's see here. So what skills do we want to create for this adventure RPG? So I have attack, strength, range, defense, woodcutting, mining, smithing. We'll have crafting for jewelry making and clothing. What else do we have? Attack, strength, range, defense, woodcutting, mining, smithing. There's crafting. We could do potion making, right? So in RuneScape it's called herb lore. If you guys want to call it something else, just post it and I'll change the names. Let's see here. We have mining, smithing, we have crafting, we have herb lore. What else am I missing here? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Races. Okay, so here's my take on races, right? So in a lot of RPGs, you pick a race like human, orc, or elf, and you're like restricted to that skill set. Does that make sense? Like that's one reason why I never played like World of Warcraft or anything like that, because like you're forced to pick a race and be whatever that race is. Whereas in RuneScape, everyone's a human and you can kind of train like whatever you want. Like if you wanted to be like a wizard or a ranger, then you could do both. You could do all three and you can max out your stats and everything and be everything. Whereas if you're put in a class, it's almost like you get certain buff types and you're like forced to kind of use that class. So I'm kind of against the idea of that. But that just reminded me that I do want magic. So like we can do so we have like the attacks. So here we have attack, strength, range, magic, and defense. So you can cast spells and stuff like that on enemies. And I know there's a ton of awesome 2D art for spellcasting, which will be sweet when we get into that. Okay, can you guys think of anything else for skills? We have attack, we have a strength, we have range, magic, defense, woodcutting, mining, smithing, herblore, crafting. Oh, we need fishing for gathering food. And then I think that's it. Crafting may be its own card because there's a whole bunch of things you can craft, like jewelry, clothing. Maybe we'll combine like RuneScape called it fletching. It's where you can create like bows and arrows and stuff like that. RuneScape also had something where you can craft runes for your spells called rune crafting. So maybe we'll combine that into the crafting as well. Crafting is going to be a big one. Alright, I'm going to writing and chanting. Sexual skills. I don't think we're going to have any sexual skills. Sorka, writing and chanting. Okay, building. So building would be a cool one. How do you want... Okay, hunting. How do you want the building skill to work? And then Sorka, what is enchanting? How does that skill work? Because I'm thinking, when I think building, I'm thinking like RTS, or not RTS, I'm thinking how it kind of works with like a tower defense RTS, where you can select a building that your level says you can build, and if you have the supplies for it, then you just drag to build it, or you click to build it. Or are you talking like kind of like a dynamic housing system? Because I know there are housing systems in RPGs, and I don't particularly like them, but I never used them. When I was always playing, I was always like a skill gatherer, so I always wanted to make money in RPGs, so I always did my skills in like smithing and crafting and fishing and sold to people who like to PK and stuff like that. How about some love power skill? So we have herblore, which is for potions, so you can create one of those. Power up items with spells like enchant sword with fire or lightning. Okay, cool. So I can actually we can create a magic spell called enchant. And if you have like the required runes to cast that spell, you can use it on an item. So we'll go ahead and create that. So we'll add that under casting ability. So you can enchant your own items and increase their stats. That means we need to... Every item is going to have stats, which we'll have to create inside our item. Alright, so I think we're good here on skills. So we have attack, we have a strength, range, magic, defense, woodcutting, mining, smithing, herblore, crafting, and fishing. That's 11 skills. Let me see here. RuneScape. Old school RuneScape skills. What did they have? So they had, let's see here. They had attack. Oh, they had hit points. So that's your life. I actually like that idea, that you can increase your health based on your level. So we're going to add that as a skill. Hit points. Where did that go? Oh, crap. Alright, hit points, and that's a combat skill, so it goes up here. Alright, hit points, woodcutting. And actually here, hold on, there's combat skills, and then... What's up, Steven? Let me see here. Power up, I'm trying to think. I want to actually organize this a little better. Hold on. So let's do non-combat skills. And in here we'll add woodcutting, mining, smithing, herblore or potion making is what that is. Crafting is going to be big, and fishing. Okay, and then here we have combat skills. Alright, and here we're going to have attack, strength, range, magic, defense, and hit points. And we're going to get rid of these guys. Alright. Oh, am I not actually deleting these? My god. Alright, here we go. So attack, strength, range, magic, defense, and hit points. And then for non-combat skills, we have woodcutting, mining, smithing, herblore, crafting, and fishing. Can you guys think of any other non-combat skills before I close this? Yeah. So yeah, we'll have spells that can increase certain stats for like an enchantment type thing. That would be pretty cool. Alright, let me see here. So RuneScape had hit points, they had prayer. I don't really care for prayer. I think it's called Constitution or something like that in some games. If you guys think we should add that, let me know. They had rune crafting, which I'm actually gonna combine that into crafting. Or unless maybe I should have that as its own separate thing. I'm not sure yet. They had Slayer, they had hunting, they had building, they had farming. Oh, farming's a cool one. Let's do farming. Dynamic farming systems are always fun. Non-combat, we're going to add farming. Let's see, and then cooking. We forgot that. So cooking. Okay, and then smithing, mining, cooking, fire making. I don't really care for. Wood cutting, and then farming. All right, good deal. I think we have all the ones we need. If we want to add something like hunting, we could, but I don't think so. They have thieving and agility in RuneScape, but I don't think we need any of that good stuff. Okay, cool. So I think we're good with skills here. How much longer on Unity? What's it doing? All right, it's almost done. So let's see here. So we need to work on an inventory system, an item system, a networking setup, player setup, quest system, combat system, skills. We need a world drop system. All right, and world drop system where tiles in the world spawn random / specific loot. Like, for instance, have you guys ever played an RPG game where on the floor there's some loot and like it's always there? Like if you take it, it respawns back there like every 10 minutes or so. It's called a drop system. So we're gonna have a world drop table. This is a system where tiles in the world spawn random specific loot. So we have a world drop system. We're gonna have an NPC drop system. And these are very minor things. So we're gonna go ahead and set them as like green. We're going to have an NPC drop system, and this is the NPC drop system that determines the loot drop based on some loot table, and we'll create that based on weight. So typically, like RuneScape's weight system was out of 1,000, so the rarer the monster, it would calculate on 1,000 based weight. So theoretically, every time you kill the rarest monster, it might be 1 in 1,000 times you'll get this rare loot item. So we'll create a NPC drop system with a rare loot table. The loot drop based on some loot table. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Actually, I want to reword that. NPC drop system determines the loot drop based on some rarity table weight. Alright, so like I said, 1 out of 1,000 chances of killing, like 1 out of 1,000, you should walk away with 1 item. What else do we need here? This will be green. Let's see here. Also, if you use magic increase, it's alright, let's see here. So we have our quest system, our combat, our skills, a world drop system, an NPC drop system. We need a dialogue manager. So we need a dialogue system. We need 2 dialogue systems, right? So dialogue system, one is going to be alright, so we have 2 dialogue systems. Dialogue system, one is going to be for, actually no, we don't. Let's just do dialogue system. Ability to communicate with NPCs, so that like you can accept quests and so forth. Inside networking setup, we're going to have a few things that we need to do. For instance, we want to be able to chat while in game, so we're going to have to create a chat server. And I'm trying to think what else. Alright, Cool. You know, I think that's it for now. I think this is a good starting point for what we should do for the backlog. So for the active sprint, which is what we're going to be working on, I'm only going to put in networking setup for now so that we can go through getting this set up. I've never set up Unity's networking before. I've set up the old version of Unity's networking as well as Photon in the past. So this will be a learning experience, and you guys can see how I do that. On my Mac here, I have pulled up the documentation for the multiplayer Unity 5, and I'm just pretty much going to be reading that and kind of following those steps. So let's go ahead, and I think we're good here. Alright, do you guys have anything else before I close this? You guys want to add anything that might be a priority later down the road, or any customization you guys want to see? Okay, so how about a moving system? Okay, so that's a unique moving system. Here, give me 1 second here. Let me just add a label to this. Okay, so you want to have like the ability to fly in the game, like maybe there's an item that lets you kind of hover around or something like that, and you kind of move quicker. We could do that, like a flying carpet type deal. That would be an item that we can create. We can create that effect and behavior. Just looking here if I forgot anything. War drop system, NPC drop dialogue. I think the basis for like an RPG that you really need. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Super important. Networking setup. Let's add some cards here. So let's go ahead and say so everything related to networking, we need chat system, we need a trade system so that you can trade other players, and then we also need to create dupe-proof scenarios. For instance, you guys know what duping is? It's where you kind of like create duplicate objects through networking. We need to make sure that our trade system is dupe-proof so that there's no way to duplicate items within the game. There's nothing that kills an economy more than people who break the rules and dupe. So we're going to create scenarios where if you're in the middle of a trade and someone were to X out of the game, that the trade and the items in that trade will go back to the respected players and nothing gets swapped. So we need to make sure that we create a dupe-proof system. We're going to have chat, we're going to have trade. We are also going to have, I assume we will have an online database that will store the player's inventory, so we'll actually hook it up with like a forum. I think that would be pretty neat. That's what I used to do when I created RuneScape private servers. I used to hook them up to like VB forums, and when you registered on the forums, it would register you an in-game account. So I think we'll do that. We'll create a, we'll have forum integration. And I think we may look at using Amazon Web Services for that, if I don't want to use just traditional MySQL, but we'll get to that when we do. Chat system, trade system, forum integration. And I think that's it for the networking side, right? Chat system, trade system, forum integration. And we're going to go through a lot of the networking stuff now, so we should be good. Alright, so Unity has finished installing. No, it hasn't. 4 minutes. Let me see here. So for now, I'm actually just going to read a bit about the multiplayer networking here. Introduction to a simple multiplayer. Multiplayer networking is inherently detailed and complex. There are particular issues and difficulties associated with synchronizing and communicating between multiple instances. Alright, let's see here. With Unity's built-in multiplayer networking and the associated high-level API, we hope to make creating multiplayer projects easier. Let's see. So with simple multiplayer networking example, we'll show you how to set up a networked multiplayer project from scratch using the simplest of assets and scripts. With this example, we hope to give you a quick introduction to the most important aspects of the built-in multiplayer networking system. This document is a step-by-step assignment showing how to set up a new multiplayer networking project from scratch using built-in Unity Suite. Many different types of network multiplayer. By the time we are done, we should have an example that has 2 players controlling their own player game objects and 2 different instances of the project, with an authoritative server controlling and synchronizing the action. Alright, the players should be able to shoot each other, defeat each other, players and static enemies, and finally respawn if they are defeated. Alright, we're not going to do any of that crap. We may actually do the respawn now. This lesson is targeted at intermediate users. It's best to have read the section on the manual on networking overview and the high-level API. It's child pages of networking system concepts. Alright, good deal. Let's see, I mean, like, it would be called, like, wings or some stuff, or like in Dragon Ball with a cloud. So, I don't know if that's going to fit into this, fit into this type of game, but we could definitely create, like, an obstacle to, like, ride a horse or something like that, and you can kind of get around faster than walking. Also, we can create a teleportation skill, so if you get your magic level up, then you can kind of teleport to destinations or different cities and so forth. Alright, so while Unity is finished installing here, almost 25 seconds, we're going to go ahead and set up the multiplayer for this. I don't know if it's completely cloud hosted through Unity or if I actually get to host this server. I hope I get to host it, because if I get to host it, then I can put it on dedicated hardware, and I can control the performance of it, versus if it's on Unity's cloud storage, they kind of have all the control. So we'll find out when we get to that. Inventory, item system, players setup, quest system, combat system, skills. Alright, so we're going to do... oh, you know what? And we also are going to have things like... what's it called? Interactable system. So, like, in RuneScape, right? There was this thing where you could actually, like, for quests, you had to, like, bake a cake. And in order to do that, you need... you needed like milk and stuff, right? So they give you a bucket, but how do you get milk? And you actually had to go up to a cow and milk the cow. Also, if you needed like wheat or anything like that, you had to pick up grains, or if you needed flour, you needed to pick up grains of wheat and take it to a mill, put that wheat in the mill by basically interacting with it. You click on the wheat and then click on the mill. And it would give you flour that you could then scoop into a bucket. So we're going to create interactable objects in the scene that allow you to get things like that. And just to show you guys what I'm talking about, old school RuneScape, milking cow. So it was pretty cool. You could do a whole bunch of stuff that could get you items and all that good stuff. Yeah, so you can see here, like, if you wanted milk, you had to get, like, a bucket and click on the cow, and you would milk the cow. So we're going to have stuff like that, too. Like, for baking as well, like cooking, you're going to have to click on your meat and then click on a fire, and it will cook the food. And same for other things, too. If you want to cut some trees, you're going to have to, like, either equip your axe, or if you have a higher level axe, you have to click it and then click the tree. So we're going to have an interactable system for objects from your inventory to the real world. So that's going to be important to set up. When you're creating a network-driven game like this, it's super important that you get the foundation down for networking, because everything we do is going to have to think about, based on my actions, how does it affect everyone else? So the way you should think of multiplayer is everyone is playing the same game when it's an RPG like this, and the only thing I need to do is update the world around everyone. So if I pick up something on my screen, I need to make sure that everyone within the vicinity of me picks it up too, or everyone in the game picks up that item as well. So basically I just need to ensure that everything we're creating here, when I'm doing skills and so forth, what animation am I currently doing? I need to always be mindful that another player is nearby and he needs to see exactly what I'm doing. So that's where the headache with networking comes in, because there's a lot of reliance on it. And my god, this is the slowest installation of Unity. I don't know why it's taken so long. But trying to think if there's anything else I can flesh out here in comments that I know we're going to need. We're going to do an inventory. We're going to have 28 spaces to fill. Let me see resolutions. What is the resolution preference for an RPG game? Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, good point. Yes, we will need a map system. Yes. We will need a, what's it called? A mini-map system. And that's kind of a high priority, so I'll make that medium. On the mini-map here, we will have the mini-map system. Alright, so we're going to have a mini-map in the corner with the ability to click on the mini-map, also displaying blips of objects in the world. For instance, like loot, NPCs, players, etc. I just realized too in the chat system, the networking setup, we need a chat system, and then we need a friend system as well, so that you can like add friends and you can private message them, and that will kind of be integrated inside here. So we might have to expand that to a card afterwards, because I'm trying to think. We're gonna need to do private messages, and when you have a friend, you might want them to show up on the mini map as like green. Let's see here. I actually don't know what we should set up the default resolution in Unity to be. I assume maybe 1920 by 1080, is that right? MMO Unity setup. So here, we are doing a online game, so we actually do need this. We need a networking setup. We're going to add user login and registration. Alright, so we're going to go and create a user login administration, and then we'll also have to, eventually, I'd like to integrate it with the game forum. So we'll create a games forum that I'll host somewhere, and you'll be able to use the forum to create an account. Let's see here. MMO character classes demo with Unity 3D. Ativism online engine. I just want to see what aspect ratio people are using. Like, I don't really know what aspect ratio you're supposed to develop this in. What is he using? See. Here, what screen resolution does this look like to you guys? These aren't even full screen though, but I imagine. Shit, I don't know. We'll have to look. Hold on, here, let's do this. Let's go to RuneScape, let's see what their preferred resolution is. What do they have? What do they have, like, FAQ or something like that? Alright, what do I need to know about RuneScape graphics settings? If you're experiencing low FPS in game or other graphical performance issues, you may find that and say, where can I change my graphic settings? I want to see what they do for resolution. The ES interface will allow you to manage the graphics quality. Yeah. No way. In the right-hand column of the graphics tab, there are screen sizing options for you to choose from as follows. This option means that your game screen will remain the same size. Dude, they're using 800 by 600. I guess that is web. Huh. Alright, so I think as a minimum, possibly 1280 by 720. Okay, I think that's those numbers sound familiar. So we'll go ahead and mess around with that. We'll see how small 800 by 600 is. It seems super tiny. But I think 1280 by 720 won't be bad. Alright, this is taking forever to download. So we have 11 people in here. If you guys are just joining or if you've been here, we're creating a 2D top-down adventure MMORPG, heavily probably inspired by RuneScape, unless other people contribute in. And I am upgrading to Unity 5.6, and it's taking its sweet-ass time. And in the meantime, we're going through this Trello board, and we are setting up our sprint and what we're going to be working on. Let's go ahead and modify our player setup a bit. So we're doing point and click to move. What else are we going to have? We have point and click to move. I'm trying to think how we're going to actually set up our skills. And actually, you know what I want to do? Do I have... No, not RuneScape. I was looking to see if I have any old school stuff. Trying to think what systems we're gonna need. It's 55 where I live, so it looks like I'm not sleeping tonight. Nice. Welcome to the stream, Tom. Yeah, I'm probably honestly gonna be streaming this probably for, I want to say, I have like this entire weekend free and I've been wanting to do this, so I will probably be streaming for like 8 hours, maybe more. And then I'll continue streaming tomorrow as well, because I have all this time. So I will, yeah, my goal is to get hopefully a fully functional prototype up today, and then we'll continue polishing and adding all this shit that we are. This will probably be honestly like a 3-month long project. I can't imagine it's going to be easy. A lot of these systems I've created before in other projects, and it takes work. It requires time, work, and you guys will get to see like the thought process on how we create everything. So it's pretty neat. I haven't done the website of things in a while, so like when I get to like the login registration system, it's been a while since I've created one. But usually it's pretty simple. The logic for it's pretty easy. Doing the MySQL stuff, if you're storing the users in a database or a table like that, that's where it gets kind of complicated. And I have to decide what solution I want to use. If I want to use web services like MySQL, or if I want to use like Amazon's hosted web service, which is AWS. So AWS has some cool Unity stuff, which I haven't explored, but it could be useful for a networking game. They allow you to basically handle a lot of game logic on the server, so you don't have to do it locally, which could prevent certain things like duplications and all that, like multi-login and stuff like that. If I handle it on the server, then I never have to worry about someone being able to cheat the system. So let's see. 2D adventure MMORPG. Here, so in the meantime too, I want to keep looking at some art packs for what we want to use for this. You guys should help me find like 2D RPG MMO packs. So there's one that I think we're going to use called fantasy forest or something like that. Asset store. Let me see. Valley said just go with 720p for testing, or couldn't you find it that way? That looks good. Yeah, there are ways through Carrot that you can change things and optimizations. Like I can create a settings menu that allows you to change it. It's just for primary developing. What do I want the standard to be? Let me see here. So let's type in RPG. Whoops. Useful. Alright, let's see here. RPG, right? So we want 2D RPG, I guess. We're gonna need items, a bunch of item icons and weapons and stuff like that to be able to equip and so forth, and armor and all that good stuff. So check out RPG cursors. Could use a cursor, that'd be pretty neat. 2D RPG environment, preferably free. Unless somebody wants to donate assets to me to use, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, I want only the free stuff. Let's see here. We have 2D fantasy forests. I think we're going to use this to create the map. Although I'm not super crazy about their trees, but I think it's okay. Because ideally, when you're wood cutting, you want to have like different levels of trees to cut and different woods to use and so forth. What are those? Are those yellow things supposed to be fires on the ground? Is that what those are? I think that's what that is. Let's see here. This is all the free 2D RPG stuff. Very disappointing. Alright, what $5 assets are there? Yeah, we're gonna need like NPCs and all that good stuff. Yeah, like stuff like this. Like I need a pack that has like stuff like that basically. This will be useful for ground objects as well as inventory items. 99 various inventory item sprites. It's like stuff like that. And actually, you know what? Hold on. I think I have like a free RPG pack I found online a while back. Let me look for that. Most positive I do somewhere. Let me see here. Let's see here, desktop, Unity projects. Oh, you know what? This is actually pretty cool. I could share this with you guys. So a while back, while this is loading, I was actually working on a very large scale RPG like collaboration group with like a bunch of people, and we got very like far into it, and I don't even know what happened. It always comes up where people lose morale or something happens and we just never finish. But I can show you guys the map that we had for this game, and it was really cool. And I actually wouldn't mind using this map for our game here. I just have to figure out how it would work. But check this out. This is what the map was right here. And so we basically created this village, like this terrain basically. And what's crazy, what's really cool about this is every name on here is a street in my town. So all these names are just like street names in Atlanta basically. More specifically like my neighborhood. So it was pretty cool. So we just like started picking street names in my neighborhood and naming them. And Brookhaven is like a city that's right next by. So it's kind of like the heart of Atlanta almost. So, and then we have all this other good stuff. So we had a cool bunch of ideas for this, and we got really far, and then it just died down. So maybe I'll make use of that for this game. And let's check Unity. It's almost done. 3 minutes. Let me see. I'm looking for a bunch of art assets that I used to have. Downloads. Ah, okay, sweet, I found it. Oh yeah, so I have this entire pack of stuff. So I'm going to compress resources here. I'm going to take this that we can use. So I'm going to put it in Dropbox here. Alrighty. So here you go. Check out these assets we have. So we got this resources here. Let's go ahead and extract here. Open Game Art website, top-down 2D RPG. Do you see a bunch of stuff on there? Top-down 2D RPG Open Game Art. Alright, a bunch of shit. Let's see. Anything like actually good? Tree variations are nice. We might want some of those for sure. Those actually aren't bad trees either. Let me show you guys some of this art that I just got transferred from my other computer. Inside this resources. Basically, it's just a shit ton of inventory item icons, honestly. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to have to wait till I get these in Unity to look at them, I think. Unless it lets me go in order. Oh, yeah, I can. Alright, good deal. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys can actually even see this or not. Let me go ahead and, like, increase the zoom on it. But we got a bunch of, like, icons and stuff like that. And it's just inventory icons. Like shirt, armor, helmets, wizard hats, and all that good stuff. I think I may have got this off of Open Game Art. And it's got like a whole bunch of stuff. Just everything, honestly. So it's a good starting point for an inventory item, so we don't have to worry about those. It's just got like a bunch of stuff. And actually it looks like these are spell icons or something. So we may already have that too handled for us. And it's got a whole bunch of weapons and all that good stuff. So we should be good there. It's got some armor pieces. So we'll have to figure that out. Let's see here. Open Game Art 2D. Yeah, I would be totally happy with something like this. RPG item set. What is this? Basic. Let's see here. More RPG enemies. Ratman RPG enemies. Interesting. This actually doesn't look that bad. What is this? A shoot 'em up complete graphic kit. Not what we want. Like something like this I would be happy with, I think, too. Or here, look at this here. It's Mage City Arena. Let's check that out. Okay, wow, that is like super complex. That is like a lot. But ideally that would work. Something like this. Looks super cluttered. I'm actually not like super into that style. Hold on. God damn. This installation of Unity is taking fucking forever. It's been an hour and this entire stream is getting set up on Unity 5.6. So great. Alright, so it looks like that's the only, this is the only stuff that matches that search result. Hey, Mike, do you have Unity 5.6 installed? Is there a tile map editor in Unity 5.6 now? So you can try out all the new features being developed by the 2D team. Oh, dude, they added sprite masks now. Are great for either hiding or revealing portions of sprites. That is super useful. You know what a mask it is to create a shader that can do that? Okay, yeah, they do have a tile. The tile map starts with a new grid component to specify a tile layout and comes with preset layouts. Shoot, I don't know. So this was an experimental view when? Since June? I don't know if it's in the final version yet. Okay, cool. You think there is? Or are you confirming there is? Because that's going to be helpful. We can quickly draw up like a map and stuff like that. Let's see. Let's go to 2D. What other top-down 2D MMORPG games are out there? Let's see how some of those look. Yeah, so like this is more of a style I'd say I'd go for. Like something like this is pretty cool. This too I would be okay with. Even this, and actually this looks, what game is that? Pixel art's top down. Actually looks pretty cool. That would be cool. Something like that. Any of these honestly would be really neat. Let's see, making what you're needing to. This is cool. I like this one. I think we can get in a style like this. Be happy with that. Or even better, this too. This actually looks... Oh, this is Ultima Online. Nice. I don't know if you guys ever played Ultima Online, but it's the oldest running MMORPG game that runs today. It's like 20 years old. This is... I used to create servers of this with a friend too. This is a neat game. Oh, that reminds me. You know what? This game has a feature I always wanted in RuneScape that we're going to create. Player-owned shops. How annoying is it when you can't have a store stand or something like that for people to buy shit at. Other games introduced it, like RuneScape introduced something similar to it as the Grand Exchange, where you just dump all your items and stuff like that. But I think it's cool to be able to like buy real estate in a game, sort of, and like create a player-owned shop. So player-owned shops we'll do. So we'll create a system like that where you can own real estate and like pay taxes and stuff like that to like whatever the game's government is, and you can have your own shop and make money that way. Because not everyone's about that PK life. Launch Unity, yes. All right, sweet. Finally, now we can start. 1 hour and 6 minutes in. If someone can just like write that in the comments, I will create a link on the video for, actually I'm going to go ahead and do that here. Yeah, I'm actually going to recreate this description real quickly. Alright, let's see, a 2D adventure game from scratch. So enjoy the first hour of setting up Unity 5.6, and alrighty, good deal. So give me 1 second, guys. I got my cat up here kind of stepping on everything. Alright, let's see here. Forming a list of starter features for the game. Alright, good deal. That is good. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this insane adventure. So this is going to be a 2D game, and we are creating 2D MMORPG. Wow. It's so heavy, just to even press this button is like, it's like, oh boy, as soon as I do this, we're doing this. Okay, cool. Mike found a free tiler if we need it. Good deal. Alright, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. We're going to create this, and we're going to go through the networking setup for this. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is create an empty scene, and let's just off the bat create a scenes folder, and we will save this, and we will call this main. Okay, so, oh here, let me just say skip to 1 minute and 7, skip to 1 hour and 7 minutes. Skip to 1 hour and 7 minutes, skip to the good stuff. Alright, good deal. So, am I German? No, I am not German, but I do get that a lot because my last name is Weinberger. But no, I am not German. Let's see here. Alright, so we're going to do main. Alright, network manager. So we need to create a network manager. The network manager will control the state of the multiplayer project. Alright, so including game state management, spawn management, scene management, matchmaking, and allowing access to debugging information. Let's see. For advanced users, it is possible to derive a class from Network Manager to customize the behavior of the component, extending the Network Manager. All right, cool. We may do that depending on what needs to be extended. Hey, what's up, Sam? Dude, so we're creating a network 2D MMORPG game. We're setting up the Unity 5 networking now. And we're going to probably hook this up with Amazon Web Services or maybe Microsoft Azure, since you're familiar with it. So when I get to that, maybe I'll give you a call on Skype and you can hop on. I don't know if you guys can hear my cats, but they are like fighting and going over nuts. But yeah, Sam, maybe I'll give you a call, dude, and you can help out with some of the Microsoft networking parts, unless otherwise I'm probably going to go with Amazon, but we'll see. Oh my god, they're being the worst. Can you guys hear my cats? I have 2 cats and they're going nuts. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue this. Right, so we're going to have a game state for Network Manager, which we can extend. I don't know how we need to extend it, but that may be something we may do. Let's see, so we're going to create a Network Manager. We need to create a new game object that's going to host the Network Manager, and we're going to call this Network Manager. Alrighty. So we're going to call this Network Manager. We're going to add the Network Manager and the Network Manager HUD components to it. Alright, so we have our Network Manager here. With the Network Manager game mode selected, we're going to add the networking components. So we're going to say network, holy shit, there's a lot. What is this? Network Transform Visualizer, Transform Child, Transform Network Start Position, Network Proximity Checker, Network Migration Manager, Network Manager HUD, Network Manager, Network Lobby Player, Lobby Manager, Identity, Discovery, Animator, View. Wow. Well, let's add the Network Manager, followed by the Network Manager HUD. Okay. Well, let's see here now. Let me go ahead and set this up. Right now I'm in HD 1920 by 1080. This is what 900 by 600 web looks like. We talked about doing, what did we talk about doing? 1200 by like something? 1280 by 720. 1280, whoops. 1280 by 720. Fixed resolution. Label is 1280 by 720. 720, sweet. Yeah, my cats are going nuts and they have left the room, so that's good. Let's see here. So, what are we doing here? 1280 by 720, good deal. Alright, so this is what we're working with. Sweet. Okay, so first thing first is we add this Network Manager. We add this Network Manager, don't destroy and load, run in background, log level. I don't know what this is. Set in scripting, developer, debug, info, sure. Offline scene, online scene. Oh, that's pretty cool. So if they can't connect, they can get an offline scene. Seeing as this is an MMO, if you can't connect, then you're shit out of luck. Network info. So I guess I can host this somewhere. Very cool. Network port, server bind to IP. Very cool. Script CRC check. Delay for packet sending. Packet fragmentations. Matchmaker host for URL for Unity. We're not really doing matchmaker ports or anything like that. Okay, good deal. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. The Network Manager component manages the network state of the game. So here's our Network Manager. The Network Manager HUD component works with the Network Manager and provides a simple user interface to control the network state of the game when the game is running. So let's go ahead and run the game and see if we can see anything. So it should be running localhost, which it is. So we have LAN host, LAN client, localhost, LAN server only, and enable matchmaker. Very cool. Alright, so at runtime, the Network Manager looks like that. For more details on Network Manager, yeah. Alright, let's go. We're player prefab now. So the player prefab asset will represent the player or players in this example. Let's see here. So by default, the network manager component instantiates a game object for each player that connects to the networked game by cloning the player's prefab and spawning the clone into the game. Network spawning and the details of synchronizing player game objects over the client and server will be covered later in the assignment. Alright, let's see. The player game object will be a simple capsule. Alright, so for now we're going to have a sprite for our player, okay? So let's just go ahead and create a sprite. And we will create a player sprite, and it's just white. It needs to be a prefab. Prefabs. Put him in there. Alrighty, good deal. Delete that. Create a sprites folder. Create a folder inside that for player. And we'll put him in there. Okay. So, I don't see where I add a prefab though, but alright, so let's see here. So we created the player and primitive visor, set the visor, yeah. To identify the player as a unique networked game object, we need to add a network identity to the player. So let's put the player in here. We're going to add a network identity to the player, so he's unique. Local player authority and server only. I don't know what those do. We will find out. The network identity component is used to identify the object on the network and to make the networking system aware of it. That sounds important. For more information on the network identity component, see the network identity stuff. Alright, so here we go. So set the local player authority checkbox on the network identity to true. Okay. Server only cannot be set for local player authority objects. Okay, good to know. So setting the network identity to local player will allow the client to control the movement of this player. Cool. So what that means is that when I log in, I am the local player authority, and that means I control this instance of the player. So we're going to create a prefab from that player, which we just did, and now we're going to delete it from the scene. So apply the prefab, delete it, and move on. Alright, so now we need to register the player prefab for the network. Alright, so we have our prefab created. The network manager will use that prefab to spawn a new player into the scene, but the player prefab needs to be registered with the network manager as the prefab to spawn for the player. So we need to select the network manager object, and with the network manager selected, open the spawn info. Ah, check that out. So we're going to go ahead and put the player in there. Open the spawn info, and so we're going to drag the player prefab into the player prefab field. Alright, here we go. So the network manager component is used to manage the spawning of networked objects, including the player. As most games have a single identical prefab to represent any player in the game, the network manager has a slot specifically for a player prefab. A new game object representing the player will be created when each player's client that joins the host. So I'm assuming that when I run this, it should automatically spawn. Would you believe me if I said it didn't? I'm assuming because we're not actually a LAN host. Ah, there we go. Check it out. So we created a player in our game. Right now we're running localhost. So I'm going to stop and it cleans up. Very cool. Alright, so let's check this out. Let's keep going. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create the player movement that's going to be for single player, and then we're going to network it up with multiplayer. Alright, so the first piece of game-like functionality we're going to do is the player controller. To begin with, the player controller script will be written without any networking code, so it will only work in single player environments. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. Alright, so we're going to basically make it so that we can move our cube up and down, left and right. Very, very simple. Alright, so let's go ahead and create our player's script. And actually, so now we need to decide actually how I want to do this. What is all going to be in my player class? My player class is going to handle my movement, my actions. So maybe we actually need to, before we continue, let's define what goes in here. Because this is going to determine if this will even be a mono behavior, which controls my movement. And actually we're doing click to point movement. So I think what we're going to do to get the networking done, we're going to use the WSAD keys to get it started, and then we'll convert it to point to click, just so that it's easier to keep track of for the networking side. But also, I think I should determine what the hell I'm going to have in here. So as the player class, we have an inventory, right? We have an inventory for the player. We have action abilities, which allow us to like interact with the world. We have a reference to all of our stats, right? So we have our stats in like skill levels. I'm trying to think if we need to branch some things out that don't need to be mono behaviors. Our stats and skill levels are here. I think we're okay. So we have our inventory, we have our action abilities, interact with the world, our stats and skill levels are here. I think we're okay for now. Let's go ahead and create this movement. Alright, so here it's going to be really simple. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to say transform.translate. If you guys ever saw my first YouTube video, you know what that is. Transform.translate, and we are going to say, what are we going to say here? We're going to say vector3.write multiplied by input.getAccess, and we're going to say horizontal, and we're going to multiply that by time.deltaTime, and then we're going to say here transform.translate, and we're going to say vector3.up times input.getAccess vertical. So I can move up and down, left and right. Vertical times time.deltaTime. Alright, and let's go ahead and create a speed for our player, I guess. Public float speed. And we will do that right here. Alright, so we should now be able to move our character based on using WSAD keys. Now, I lied because I didn't actually apply that to the prefab. So now it's on the prefab. Our speed is going to be 5. And when I run this game, I should be able to move around locally. And I can. There we go. Good deal. Alright, good starting point. Let's move on. So, the entire script above, let's see here. The player controller is going to allow the player to control the player. And now we need to, let's see here. Alright, here we go. So now we need to do the player online. So we're going to test player movement on the host. So we entered LAN host and we just did that and it worked. So network manager will create a new player game object and scene with the rest of the player. The network manager HUD will change the controls to show the server is active. And it did do that, right? The server did show active. It creates me, and I do have control of this player. Good deal. Alright, so the game is running as a host, which is a server and a client in the same process. So that's good to know. To test moving the player, we move around. To stop hosting the game, we hit stop. Okay, good deal. So this will return the game to offline mode to end this test. Alright, so now we're going to test player movement on a client. So that's going to be someone who is like playing our game ideally. You would be a client, I would be a client. To test player movement on a client, there will need to be 2 instances of the game running simultaneously, one of which will be the host. One instance can be run from the editor, but the second needs to run from a build of the game. So first we must create a build of the current project if we are to test on a client. So add the scene main to the build settings window. So we're going to go to build settings, and we are going to say add. And now we are going to build. Build and run the scene as a standalone application. Alright, so this is going to be networking test demo v1. Alright, so we're going to run that. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and run this. Alright, and we're going to do windowed version out of a small resolution so I can see it. Alright, so check this out, guys. So here's what we're going to do. Let's test our networking ability. Alright, so when the build is running, we're going to... The standalone player will now start and show the game in UI networking. Click the host button from the in-game. Okay, so I'm going to say host. Oh, it's making a network call. Nice. Alright, so check it out. I can control this guy. And what about controlling the scene one? Let's see. So created by night, the test moving the host player game onto the scene. Press the after moving the player game onto the scene. Okay, so return to Unity, enter play mode. So we're going to do that. We're going to return to Unity and enter play mode. Let me see. Click the LAN client button in the game UI to connect to the host as a client. Oh, LAN client, I mean. Click the LAN client. And would you look at that? So here's a problem. I am controlling both players on this first screen, which is definitely a problem. And if I go here, I am controlling both on that screen, but it's not really doing anything. There's no network synchronization. I just control both. So let's go ahead and fix that. The game will now run in the editor and show the game in UI. There should be 2 player game objects, one for the local player on the host and one for the remote player. So what we're doing, note how both player objects move in the scene using the same input. Alright, we switch back to the standalone player and both objects are not in the same location on the host as they are on the client. This is because the player controller script is not network aware. In the current situation, both player game objects have the same script attached, both are processing the same input instance of the game. The host and client are aware of each other, and the network manager has created a player object in each instance of the game for each player. But neither player game object is communicating with the host, so their positions are not tracked by the network manager, and therefore they are not synchronized. Makes sense. Close the standalone. Cool. Alright, so what are we doing next, guys? We are going to synchronize this shit up. Alright, so close the standalone player, return to Unity, exit play mode. Good deal. Alright, now we need to synchronize this. So we're going to make the player movement network aware, and to make sure that only the local player can control the local player object, we need to update the player controller script. So the 2 biggest changes to the player controller script will be the use of the namespace networking, and to have the player control script derived from network behavior rather than mono behavior. Not bad. Alright, so check this out. We are going to add the namespace using Unity Engine.networking. Makes sense. And we're not going to do mono behavior, we're going to do network behavior. Just like in Photon, you use Photon behavior or Photon network, which derives evidently from mono behavior. Like if we look at that, you can see here network behavior is mono behavior, but it has all this cool little networking stuff, which is very exciting. So this is how we're going to use everything. Let's see here. Oh, you guys will get to see me use delegates, perhaps. Looks like there's a lot of callbacks. Alright, let's go back. How do I get out of this? Stop it. Alright, so here we go. So we have those 2 requirements now. Change mono behavior to network behavior, public access network behavior. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we need to add a check for is local player, which is part of that network behavior we just created. So in the update function, so what we need to do is check if is local player. Right? So here we're going to say if is local player. Okay. If we're the local player, you can do all this. Make sense? Alrighty, so if we're the local player, we do that. The networking namespace holds the networking code we will need to write network-aware scripts. The network behavior is a specialized class based on mono behavior, which I showed you. Scripts attached to game objects that need to use network features should inherit from network behavior. Note the check using is local player. Local player is part of the network behavior, which is why we can just type it, and all scripts that derive from network behavior will understand the concept of a local player. Good to know. What a local player is and how it works requires an understanding of the architecture of a project using the multiplayer networking high-level API, which we haven't looked at yet. For more information on the high-level, please see the page on high-level API. What is the high-level API? That is just the documentation for the networking. Good deal. Good to know. All right, so message handlers, general purpose, high performance serialization, distributed objects, state synchronization, network classes, server client connection. So basically the high level API handles all the connectivity things that we need to be aware of. So I'm sure we will actually get more involved with that as we create this. All right, so in a network project, the server and all the clients are executing the same code from the same scripts on the same game object at the same time. This means that in a situation with a server and 2 clients, there will be 6 potential player game objects being processed. This is because there will be 2 players and therefore 2 player game objects on the server. There will also be 2 players on each of the 2 clients. This makes a total of 6 player game objects. So there's 2 on the server, there's 2 on the client, and there's 2 on the other client. Makes sense. All of these player game objects were spawned from the same player prefab asset and all share a copy of the same script. With a script that derives from network behavior, which player owns, what game object is understood automatically and is managed as part of the spawning process. Alright, so here we go. So the local player is the player game object owned by the local client, which is me or you and so forth. This ownership is set by the network manager when it connects to the server and a new player game objects are created from the player prefab. So let's say here, when a client connects to the server, the instance created on the local client is marked as the local player. All of the other player game objects that represent this player, whether this is on a server or another client, are not marked as local player. Cool. If we were to run the example at this point, the player game object would not stay in sync across all the instances of the main project. Movement input would only be processed on the local player. All right, let me see here. So we need to return to Unity, save this. I need to select the player prefab. And with the player prefab set, I need to find and add the network transform component. This is how we're going to sync up our positions. Network transform. Alrighty, let's see here. So network transform, network send rate in seconds. What is that? Every 9 seconds I'm going to send an update? That's dumb. I don't know if any of you have ever dived into Unity networking, but I'm pretty sure it's not 9 seconds. That can't be right. I assume this should be the same. Sync transform, yes, that's what we want to do. Oh, cool, you can do character controllers. Nice. Let me see here. Alright, movement threshold, snap threshold, interpolate movement fact. What is that? Factor. Oh, okay, good deal. Rotation, XYZ full 3D. Top down 2D, sucker. Interpolate rotation factor, compress rotation, sync angular velocity. None of that has to worry about. 9 per second. 9. Oh, okay. Thanks, Sam. 9 updates per second. Okay, thank you. So 9 updates per second. That's pretty good then. Not over flooding. Okay, good deal. So what we're going to do here with the player prefab selected, find and add the component network transform, which we've done. And now it has a network transform, and we're going to go ahead and save everything. Alright, so the network transform synchronizes the game object's transform across the network. The local player moves the locally owned player game object, and only the locally owned player game object because of the isLocalPlayer check we created. The player game object's network transform then synchronizes the position, rotation, and scale of the game object's transform across the server and all of the clients. Beast. So can we test this out now? Alright, so here we go. So to test multiplayer movement, we must again have 2 instances of the game running. The instance being run from the editor will be up to date with our changes, but the standalone build will be stale and needs to be updated with the most recent changes that we have made. So build and run the scene as a standalone application. Then standalone player will now start and show the game UI. Okay, good deal. So let's go ahead and do another build. So build settings, we're going to build v1.1. Alright, networking test demo v1.1. Let's run this. So check this out. We go to LAN host. We have me. It's making a network call. I'm always gonna. How do I always allow access to this? I don't really know. Okay, so check this out. We're moving my player. I'm going to go in here into Unity. I'm going to start the game. I'm going to connect to the local host as a client. And now I can only move mine. And if we look, if I run the game here, I'm the middle one on this one. And now it's updating in real time. Now check this out. It's a little chuggy, which I assume we're about to fix in a minute. So it's not super fluent or smooth, but we'll fix that. But as you can see, I move this player and nothing happens. And same goes for in the hierarchy here. If I move the one in the editor, you can see here, the one on the host or whatever stays still. So they are independent. We have successfully created networking. Talk about amazing. All right, good stuff. That was very cool. Let's continue. All right, cool. So we should see the game running with one player game object in the scene. Return the unit, enter play mode. Yeah. There should be two player game objects, one for the local and one for the host, and one for the remote player for this client. Currently, they will be in the exact same position, so it may appear that there is only one player. Yada yada yada. To test moving the client's player game object in the scene. All right. Note how the player game objects now move independently of each other. Switch back to the standalone player. The two player game objects should now be completely independent of each other, which they are, and be in sync on both instances of the game, which they are. When running two instances of the project, the remote player game may not appear to be moving smoothly on the local client. There may be a steppy feel, which is exactly what I just described, to the movement of the remote player's game object. It is worth keeping in mind that all networked applications will be affected to some degree by latency and, more often, the limitations to the speed in which data can be moved between the client and server. There are many ways that the latency and data transfers can be optimized. For example, the network transform has a network send rate setting which can be used to set how often the network transform sends synchronization data. The frequency of updates over a network between client and server can have a heavy impact on how a networked multiplayer game feels. More importantly, however, there are many ways that a network application can cover for discrepancies in synchronization. Whether these discrepancies are from sheer latency or due to the frequency of synchronizational updates, these solutions can include interpolation, extrapolation, and many other forms of smoothing and prediction. None of these will be covered in this lesson. Fantastic. Alright, so at this point we'll have to figure out smoothing for ourselves. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Thanks, Mike. Let's see here. All multiplayer networked games are never in perfect synchronization. Hold on. Okay, at this point, it is worth bearing in mind a few key points. A balance will need to be struck between how often state synchronization happens and the performance of the game. If a game tries to synchronize too much data too often over a network, the performance of the game will suffer. If a game does not synchronize data often enough, then the feel of the game and gameplay could suffer in all cases. In all cases, there will need to be some form of interpolation of the synchronized game objects to keep all clients feeling smooth and in sync while playing. All multiplayer networked games are never in perfect synchronization, as this is not physically possible. Two or more remote clients cannot be in the exact same state at the same time due simply to the time it takes to transfer the data between them. Games, however, need to feel as if they are in proper synchronization for the best player experience, even if the separate instances are slightly different in their exact state. How to do this will be covered in other lessons. Okay. Identifying the local player. The player game objects are currently identical. The players cannot identify which game object belongs to them in the game. To identify which game objects belong to the local player, we will color the local player game object blue. So let's do this. Add an implementation. Okay, very cool. So open the player script for editing. Check this out. There is a method inside network behavior, which let's go ahead and actually look at this. I don't know how to launch the Unity documentation from the code. There is a way to do it. But I'm going to go ahead and click this little book here. And we're going to look at the documentation for this network behavior, because there's a method in here that I want to find. Network behavior? I feel like this is old. Well, maybe not. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. I'm looking for like on start or something? There we go. Network behavior is what I want. Okay, good deal. So this is all the cool stuff I can do with network behavior, and I can override all of these functions. So check this out. We have here on start local player, called when the local player object has been started up. So this happens after on start client, as it is triggered by an ownership message from the server. This is an appropriate place to activate components or functionality that should only be active for the local player. Now let's see here. I am curious to know why they recommend overriding this. The onStart local player function is a good place to do initialization. There are many useful virtual functions on the network behavior class. Okay, what is the base implementation of this? They don't even tell you what it is. Hold on. Yeah, I can't even see what the base implementation is, can I? On start local player. I cannot. I think it's going to take me to an assembly viewer. Yep. Called when the local player object has been set up. Well, that kind of sucks. I'm wondering, it's public virtual void. Oh, okay, that's why. It must not be that way with traditional mono behavior. For instance, these are all virtual, so I'm assuming I have to override it, although I am going to test it. I want to see what happens if I just do this. So what if I go ahead and just say here, public void on start local player. So if this is the local player, then this function gets called. Public void on start local player, and I'm going to go ahead and say I want to get my renderer. So I'm going to say get component my renderer. Just kidding. My renderer. My mesh renderer. Alright, color.blue. And I'm curious to know if this is going to work. Alright, let's see. No errors. I don't know if that method will get called because I'm not overriding it. So let's see. Alright, and what do you know? It did not. So I do have to override that function. There is some base functionality getting called that may be doing nothing. However, if I want to do this, I need to say public override and then void on start local player. I need to override the base implementation. And if I wanted to, I could probably still say base on start to do whatever it normally does, but I'm assuming it doesn't do anything. Otherwise, it would tell me to do that. So I don't think it's super important. It might just be for us to override. So now if I run this, it will use my version versus the traditional one. And there you go. Now we're blue. Good deal. Open Visual Studio, go to debug, options and settings, environment, keyboard.find, command, help, Unity, assign a new shortcut, for example. Oh, dude, that is awesome. All right, hold on. Thank you, Mike. I am doing that right now. Open Visual Studio, go to debug. You need the override keyword so that I can hook into the virtual method. Let me see here. Environment, debug, options and settings. Wait. Go to debug, options and settings. Options, environment, okay, environment, keyboard.find, keyboard.find command, is that like in here or something? Or what am I looking for? Show commands containing find. Edit.find, is that it? Or am I even in the right place? In the virtual, you should have Unity in the list. Okay, yeah. Help.unity API reference. Oh, sweet. Let's do Control H. Damn it. So do I need to remove that one now? Alright, hold on. Let me do Control Alt I. Damn it. Shortcut selected for the command. Alright, so now I need to go to debug.threads, because I'm never going to do that. Shit, what did I just do? Alright, hold on, let me just see if this works. That'll be interesting. Well, no surprise there, it did not work. I would try this one more time and then I would do it later. Let me see here. Options, environment, keyboard, debug.threads, and I want to remove. Okay, sweet. So now Control Alt H. No? Huh. Debug options. Keyboard. Unity. API reference, right? Oh, it's Control H I did. Alright, hold on, let me do this. Control Alt H. Assign. Sweet. Oh my gosh. Dude, that is so fucking cool. Sweet. Alright, good deal. Alright, so let's go ahead and get back to this. OnStart local player is done. The function is only called by the local player on their client. That will make each player see their local player game object as blue. The OnStart local player function is a good place to do initialization stuff. Alright, cool. Alright, let's make sure that that is indeed network controlled. So I'm going to build settings. I'm going to build, and this is 1.2. Alright, and I'm going to log in first with the Unity editor. So I'm going to be the host over here, and we're going to go in. We're going to run this v1.2. Alright, I'm going to log into the client, and here we go. So blue on the editor and blue on the player. Sweet. Now we are individual and we are networked. We will have to fix this stepping smooth, but I'm not super concerned about it right now. Alright, good deal. All this looks really fucking good. Control B to build quickly. Good deal. Alright, cool. So let's see here. Alright, so we're going to close. We can go back to Unity now. And let's continue. Alright, so I'm trying to think. So we are going to sync up early combat, which is going to be helpful. The way they're going to do it in this setup here is for a shooter, but we're not going to have a shooter, but we are going to need to know, like, when you attack, and we have like a particle effect appear, we need that particle effect. Like if you're casting a spell or something like that, we need that animation and that particle to sync over the network, and so forth. So we're going to create, I'm actually just going to read about the function. I'm actually going to create that. Yeah, I'm not super concerned about it. So let me see here. You fire, yeah. So inside the player controller, you fire. Are we doing any networking shit? Alright, so let's see. We need to set the player game object to reflect the changes in the player controller. So drag the player prefab and the hierarchy player game object to the player. Alright, cool. Alright, player controller component, bullet spawn child to the bullet spawn, and then player movement component. Alright, pressing the spacebar should create a new bullet game object at the bullet spawn position for the local player game object. The bullet is not created on the other client as the bullet's shooting code are not network aware. Alright, that's what I need to know. I need to know how we make things network aware. So, this section has networking to the bullet in this example. So, for instance, anything. First, the bullet prefab needs a network identity to identify. So let's go and create a global object. So like we talked about that world drop system. So we're going to have global objects in our game, right? So we're going to create a new sprite. Let's create a global item that anyone can pick up. So we are going to do sprites. This will be, here, we'll make it a circle. Alright, items, or here, this is going to be global world drop items. Alright, and we will create a sprite. Shit, where is it? Sprite, and let's create a diamond. We'll create a diamond on the floor. There we go, good deal. Alright, this diamond is going to be this color. Alright, gold diamond. Okay, so we have our diamond, and in order to make it network aware, there's a few things we need. First, we need a network identity so that the network knows it's a network component. The next thing we need is a network transform because we need to keep track of its transform. Now, that may be false. We'll find out. Set the network send rate on the network transform component to 0. So the network transform, we don't need to constantly send information, I guess, to the server about this object, which is fine for now. Oh, okay, I gotcha. So the reason why this is 0, is because this object doesn't, what's it called? It doesn't have a, it doesn't change direction or velocity. So we don't need to send movement updates of its position. Its position's never going to change. It's stuck on the ground, and you're either going to pick it up and it's going to disappear, or you're going to leave it and everyone can see it. So we set the send rate to 0 for updates. Alright, so let's see. Now we need to select the network manager. I want to rename this. It's driving me a little crazy. Underscore. Okay. Network manager, here's our diamond in the rough. Let's create it as a prefab. Delete the diamond. We have our prefab. Okay, so let's open the spawn info for the network manager. Okay, we have here spawn info. Where is that? Okay, spawn info, player spawn method, round robin. I have no idea what that is, but I can register spawnable prefabs. So open the spawn info, and in the list registered prefabs, add the new row. So we're going to add my diamond. Okay, with the network manager selected, add the bullets, add the diamond to the row registered prefabs list. Yes. Next, the player controller script needs to be updated to make the network code aware. Open the player in script for editing. Okay, actually, hold on. We're going to modify this. Earlier, when we were covering how to make player movement network aware and network player movement, we discussed the architecture of a project using the multiplayer networking high-level API. The basic principle is that the server and all the clients are executing the same code from the same scripts on the same game objects at the same time. One way to control the flow of logic in a script being shared by the server and multiple clients was the check against isLocalPlayer to control which object can execute what code. Another control is the command attribute. This command attribute indicates that the following function will be called by the client. So let's see here. Command attribute will be called by the client. Okay, but will be run on the server. Alright, very cool. Any arguments in the function will automatically be passed to the server with the command. Commands can only be sent from the local player object. When making a networked command, the function name must begin with CMD. For more information on the command attribute, please see remote actions. Alright, so we're going to add the command attribute to the fire function, making this a networked command. So here we have update the function name being called and update the command fire. Okay, good deal. So here we have command. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. So commands can only be sent from the local player when making a network command. The function name must begin with capital C, lowercase md. Well, that's kind of a poor design. Alright, let's see here. So I don't like that, but let me see here. The player is going to have a local command called pickup. Or I'm sorry, no it's not. We're going to create an item class here. So this diamond here has no script. Alright, so we're going to create another script called, for now, would just be diamond, so we know how to do this. But it's basically going to be a generic world object class. Alright, so here we go. So we got our diamond. We're going to put the diamond on the diamond, open it up, and we need to make this network aware. Alright, so in order to do that, two things we have to do. We need using Unity Engine.network and using network behavior. Good deal. Don't need any of this. Alright, so we will have here on the diamond, we're going to have a pickup command. So we are going to have, we can pick up this diamond. We are going to say, we're going to say void command, we'll say pickup. Alright, and this will be networked through the command attribute. There we go. Alright, so this function here gets sent to the server, and the server will execute it on everyone's client, which is great. Because what's going to happen is we're going to destroy it. Alright, so let's see here. Alright, so let's do this. We need something that's going to spawn it, unless I want it to stay in, but to spawn it says you use network.spawn. So let's go ahead and create. This is don't destroy and learn. I suppose I can add other shit to this. Let me see here. For now, I'm going to have the diamond just be in the scene. That's what I'm going to do. It's just going to be there. And I'm going to put it over here. So we have to walk over to it. Alright, so we are creating that and all that good stuff. Alright, and then what I want to do is we need to, on this diamond, we need a 2D collider. 2D, whoops. I need a circle collider. I need is trigger checked. Our player needs a rigid body 2D, and he needs a gravity scale of 0, and he needs to be kinematic. Is that a thing on 2D? Can I make him kinematic somehow? Yes. Okay, good deal. Kinematic. Alright, so let's go ahead and walk into that. And when we walk into that, we will have here, we're going to say destroy this .gameObject. Alright, so it's going to destroy hopefully across the network is what I'm hoping is going to happen. It should destroy on everyone's local computer. And then, yes, we need void on trigger enter 2D collider other. Turkish clock night is 3:07. Nice. Early. Well, I appreciate you being here. Give me a second here. I'm just turning the light on. It's like 8 o'clock here. I gonna do? Void command pickup destroy this .game object void on trigger enter 2D collider other. And what we need to do here is we need to call command pickup. So it's gonna look like we pick it up, and it should destroy on hopefully both monitors. All right, so let me see here. Click the host button, pressing the space bar to create the block. Let me see here. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're gonna build this. Save. We're gonna build. Save scenes. Let's build. Here, I'll do it the fast way. Alright, we're gonna go and play that. Wow, damn, you guys are in Turkey. Wow. Alright, so you guys are Turkey, Slovakia. Just turned one here. Oh, cool, you're in the UK, Mike? Nice. Jeez. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and we're going to do the LAN host. Alright, so here I am. I believe I can collect that now, but I want to make sure my local player is in here. So we're going to do client. Alright, so here I am. Over here I'm going to go ahead and check out. So imagine you're in a game, there's a player there, there's some loot, and you're going to go over and you're going to pick it up before he does, right? So let's go ahead and check it out. Here we go. I'm going to pick it up. And would you believe it? Nothing happened. Why not? Why not? Oh, does my player have a collider? Nope. Bingo. My player does not have a collider. Hold on. Gotta stop everything. Alright. The diamond has a collider, and the player has a box collider 2D. Good deal. Alright, now let's go ahead, build, and we'll run this. Okay. Alright, we're going to let this guy host. I'm right over it. He's about to collect it, and I'm about to swoop in and collect it. And nope. Why not? Let me see. This player has a rigid body, has a box collider. This diamond has its script and a network channel and a network send interval. What the fuck? It's not even destroying. So what the hell? Is this like on trigger enter 2D collider other command pickup? Oh, you know what? How do I call? Is there a special way I need to call that function? No. Huh. Alright, I need to add a log here to see if this is printing out. Pick up. Oh wait, what do you mean? Oh, you're right, hold on. This message parameter has to be of type collider 2D. Oh, okay, sweet. Thank you for pointing that out. Thomas Selma, thank you. No, you're right, it's collider 2D. Very cool. Alright, good deal. Thanks for getting that. Alright, so let's go ahead and rebuild. Hold on. Let's rebuild. Okay, well now, what the hell is wrong with the game? Why can't I see my scene? What the hell just happened? Weird. Okay, so here we go. So I am connected here. So I'm going to log in as a client. Alright, there we go. So this guy is going to come in, swoop it away, and I want to be over here, and boom. Alright, it disappeared on this one, and that one. We have networked world objects. Yay. Alright, so now when we create our world table of all of the tiles that are going to have random objects, they will be networked and we can destroy them on everyone's screen. Alright, so I'm not super thrilled with the design of how that works, like command_pickup, but I understand the need for it. It has some sort of reflection parsing where it kind of like skims the first 3 letters, I assume, and then this command is what uses it. So basically, when one player picked up, when this got called and it saw that it had a command attribute, everyone's local client called this this. And I believe that is the case, and to prove it, I believe I can turn everybody to a different color to prove that's how it works. So let's go ahead and try this. So I'm gonna go ahead and say here color. And what I'm going to do, I'm sorry, not color, I'm going to say sprite, oh no, I'm going to say transform other. And what we're going to do now is we are going to pass in other.transform. And what I'm going to do here, before we destroy the pickup, I'm going to say other.transform dot. Oh, wait a minute, just kidding. No, that would not work, because only the player that picked it up would be passed through, so it wouldn't actually do that, so I take that back. This actually works to where, yes, literally everyone does call this, so I should be able to actually do this then. So if I have the player tagged as a player, it's not just, should be able to say game object dot find player dot get component my renderer dot material dot color will equal color dot black. Okay, me again. I deleted my sprite and can't get him to show up again. I set him to all the different layers in the layer order and it doesn't help, and I've tried scaling him up too. Are you talking about 2D? You need to probably create layers, and you have sorting layers. You need to order them appropriately. I would check out the 2D videos I have, and I should cover sorting layers in them. Alright, so check this out, guys. When I click on, when I host and I get this, I should turn black. Okay, interesting. I did not turn black. Why not? I am tagged player. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Why the hell can't I do that? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. It doesn't know who this is. How is that possible? Network player? The network player is a data structure which you can locate another player over the network. Not what I want. Network behavior. Command pickup. I must be able to call into the network manager somehow. Network manager dot local. How do I find who picked this shit up? Find object. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. Network manager dot find object of type, and then type of we'll say player dot get no. The fuck? Dot player transform? No? Can't do that either. Alright, well, that is very annoying. There's gotta be a way to do that. Find. Huh. That really should have worked. Weird. Alright, I'm not super concerned about it. I believe that is the way it works. At least I hope it does, because that could affect some things. But it would make sense if that's how it worked, where the server basically called that function for everyone. And actually, you know how else we can maybe... I'm trying to just get some verification that that's how that fucking works. Damn it! If I pass in other... No. Oh, you know what? I do have an idea. Hold on. Here, I can do this. Let's do this. Get component renderer. So before it was destroying, it was calling this method destroying it. So instead, it will do the exact same thing. If I were to say the renderer dot enabled equals false, and then like started a coroutine that would set it back to true, it would go back to true for everyone, because that's exactly how it fucking works. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and just say that's how it works, and we're going to move on and destroy this .game object. Great. Glad we resolved that. Alright, so we have our world object system, and I'm wondering if we should actually set that up now or set it up later now that we know how this works. What do you guys think? Let me see what the next things are that they cover. Around the scene, click the land client button in the game to connect the client. Should know. Alright, so let's, okay, here's another thing. So player health, we need to sync up health for combat, right? As well as if you die, we need to be able to update everyone that you died. So synchronizing player states is an important concept in multiplayer networking. As an example, we'll have a health script that we can affect on someone. So the current health of the player will be a state, and we will synchronize the state of the player's current health across the network. Alright, so let's see here. Alright, now when a bullet hits another game, when the client attached to the bullet will be destroyed. Because the bullet is being managed by the network manager, when the bullet on the server is destroyed, it will be destroyed on all the clients as well. Okay, very cool. That is interesting. Here is something to note. When a game object hits a collider, the game object will be destroyed because that game object is managed by the network manager. When objects are spawned on the server, when they're destroyed, it's also destroyed on the client as well. Okay, that's good. So cleanup. So when we create our script that's going to go through tiles and place world items, they'll be spawned through the network, and it will have a reference to them. So when we destroy them, say destroy.gameObject, it will destroy them also across all clients. So we don't have to worry about that. And that's kind of what it does now with this command. But all game objects that we destroy will work that way. So that's good to know. Alright, let's see. When a bullet hits another game object, this is their example, player health. So let's go and create some health here, just so we know how to sync up. That is something we want to sync up. That's our hit points. Alright, so we're going to restructure this for sure, but let's go ahead and start with public int hit points equals 100. So we're going to create... Alright, so let's see. Alright, so they recommend this value be constant. So constant starting value. Negative. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to make it hit points because it's going to change. Okay, I see. The max health and the min health can be, sure. Alright, let's see here. Current health, max health. Alright, so here we go. So we have our hit points. Oh, okay. You know what? When we get into our level system, we will need to we need to have like max level and then current hit points. So like max hit points would be like 900. Your current hit points are 100. All right, so to get up to that, you have to level up and so forth. So, well, we might be able to modify that some other way, but hit points right now is just going to be 100. And then, let's see here. All right, here we go. Not worried about the health bar too much. All right, let me see here. So, health bar, foreground rec. Oh, actually, you know what? This is interesting. Okay, no, we'll get to that. Where you want to, when you get in combat and stuff like that, you want to be able to have like hit markers and health displayed above your head, like the amount of hit points remaining. So we'll create something like that too. All right, so here we go. Let's see. First, let's look at this billboard. Look at yeah. All right, so we need to make sure our health is aware. So how do we do that? I assume there's an attribute for it. Changes to the player's current health should only be applied on the server. These changes are then synchronized on all clients. This is called server authority. Alright, so to make our current health and damage system network aware and working under server authority, we need to use state synchronization and a special member variable on networked objects called sync vars. Network synchronized variables, or sync vars, are indicated with the attribute sync var. For information on sync vars, see the state synchronization. So here we are going to add the namespace networking for our health, which we already have here. And this guy is going to be sync var, just like that. And now this variable is synced across the network for everyone. So everyone in the game will know my health and where I stand in life. Let's see here. So change script from network behavior, yeah. Alright, so sync var for current health. I'm going to check for is server to the take damage function. Okay, so here we go. So now this is also important. So let's go ahead and on the player, server is false. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to have a function here that says void take damage. Alright, and every time this is called, I'm going to damage myself 10 points. So we're going to say here, hit points minus equals 10. Now, I need to make sure that this is the server calling this. So in order to do that, I need to say if is server, so the server is the one who's going to call this. Now, the question is, how does it know when to call take damage for the server? I'm not 100% sure. But maybe the server calls it automatically and it just checks. So if is the server equals true, then we're going to do that. So we will have to experiment with that one in a minute. See how that works. Alright, so let's see here. Take damage is checking for is server, and we have our sync var for current health. Alright, so hit points is sync var, and our take damage only works if the server is calling it. Alright, so let's see here. Now it should show that in the inspector that that is the sync var. It should have like a little signature, and it does. So hit points is synced across the network. Good, easy. Alright, so this is difficult to see on all clients. However, so now the player's current health is only being applied on the server and being synchronized on all the clients. Okay, so let's being synchronized on all the clients. So let's check something here. So when I hit the space key, I want to damage myself. So if I'm the local player. So if I hit the space key, we are going to say take damage, and it should kill me eventually. Alright? So let's go ahead and build, and that value is synced across the network, so everyone should be aware of it. Okay, hold on here. The open health script Friday moved the code that changed the health bar into its own function called onChangeHealth. Void onChangeHealth. It is worth noting that this function must have a parameter of the same type as the variable with the syncVar attribute. In this case, current health and that current value of the syncVar will be sent to the hooked function as an argument. Set a hook to this new function in the syncVar attribute to the current health. So syncVar hook equals onChangeHealth. The final script should look like this. Let me see how they're doing this. So syncVar hook equals onChangeHealth. onChangeHealth. And then here we have onChangeHealth. Wow, I don't know why we need that. Now when the value of current health changes, onChangeHealth will be called on the server and all the clients update the health bar. Oh, okay, very cool. So if I... Okay, interesting. onChangeHealth. So if I want a variable to update with a method, I don't think I do. Do I? Perhaps I do actually. Let me see here, because it doesn't pass in a value. Yeah, we're not passing in damage amounts, but if I did, I think it would have a problem with that. So let's see here. Let's continue this. So now when the value of current health changes on onChangeHealth, yeah. The health bar is not synchronized and works on instance. Alright, cool. This should be networked. So let's go ahead and test this out. So we're going to go ahead and build here. Alright, and we are going to launch this instance of the multiplayer. And we will then launch we're going to host it here and we're going to play this. Alright, so I'm going to connect on the Unity one. Alright, so we're going to connect here. Dude, what the fuck? I have no idea what happened to like all of my stuff. Like, where did the game go? Why is it doing that? Why is the diamond turned off? Alright, what did I break? Oh, it just happened. This player is networked now, and what's going on? syncVar. Okay, I can see the player here. Like, my network script like isn't even working. Dude, what's going on? It's like not loading the scene properly. What the fuck? Why is it doing that? No, I've had my, oh, thank you, dude. Jesus. I didn't even see, god damn, thank you. I have no idea how long I would have been looking at that problem. Alright, LAN host, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I should, let me see here. So if it's synced across the network, right now my health is showing 100. If I hit space, I'm at 90. Now I'm going to log in here. So it's 90 for this guy, and let's log in. Connect to these folks, and I should be synced as well when I hit space here. So I should be at 80 on this one, and I am not. I'm at 100. Well, you know what? I should be at 80. Let's try something. 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 0. I don't think I ever destroyed us. Huh. I don't think they're networked. Hold on. Alright, let me see something here. Input take damage. So here we're going to say what's going to happen there? Alright, he's going to host. Alright, so he does get destroyed. Now let's see if that actually synced up on the network, that health. Alright, so we're going to be a host, and we need to build a new one. Okay, we'll play there, we'll play here. Alright, we'll be the host over here. What happens if I collect that before you actually log in? Should update, right? Oh, and it did, look at that. I collected it before I logged in and it's gone. That's good. We want that. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit space. And I am not dying like I should be. What about over here? Alright, and that's because that's the server, so that's a problem. So the health is not synced properly. Only the server is doing it. Shit, that is confusing. Alright, 1 second, guys. So let's see here. Well, only on the host client. This is because we're not synchronizing the value of the game object across the network in the code for the health. The reason the health bar works on the host client is because it is local to the server. The host client does not have data serialized to it because it shares. Okay, interesting. Alright, so I think I need to make a hook here. So I need to say hook equals and then a method name. The hook attribute can be used to specify a function to be called when the sync var changes value on the client. Oh, well, damn, that makes sense. So we're going to call take damage. Now, because this is int hit points, I don't know if I also need to have in here int hit points or some signature like that, but we'll find out. Hopefully it gives me an error. No error. Alright, cool. Let's go and build this. Let's try it out. Yeah, exactly. Right. You're absolutely right. Alright, so let's see here. We have this guy. Oh, I'm going to delete that one more time. Rebuild. Huh, I don't know why it's not. Why is that coming up? Like, it used to let me just do Control B and auto build. Now it's not. Don't know why. Is it going to build me a client? What's it doing? It's not building me anything. Well, what the fuck? Like not building. Oh, I do have errors. Or no, I don't. Hold on. Let me see here. Error building player because scripts have compile errors in the editor. But like they don't. But I figured it would not like that. So instead I need to say take damage int amount. and I need to pass in here 10, and I need to subtract amount because I'm pretty sure that this value is going to trigger this value. Alright, no compile errors. Alright, there we go. Yep, I think that was it. Now we're building. Go into window. Let's log in locally here. Alright, so before this guy is the host, so it works for him, but it didn't work for this guy. So let's go ahead and go in here. Let's collect the diamond. Alright, so I'm going to hit space once on blue, and let's see here. 100 and 100. But I should be able to at least kill myself now over here, right? I mean, that's what's really important. So that does register. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, it does not. So what the fuck? What if I do it over here? How do I make that hook? Alright, hold on, let's do this. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. We have here take damage int amount. If server is true, then we say hit points minus equals amount. If hit points is less than 1, we destroy this .game object. Okay, I actually don't know if we want to destroy this .game object actually. Maybe just debug.log dead. That may actually be the issue. I don't know how it works because the server is making the call to destroy this .game object. Unless the server makes that call, it's a little confusing, but I need to see if this is what the issue is. On top of that, I want to, let me see here. I need that take damage method. That's not what needs to happen. So this take damage method, if it's the server is going to reduce hit points from the local client. You're dead. And then let's do this actually. Damn it, how do they use this hook? So I want the server to call take damage and sync the variable hit points with take damage. Let me try something. Alrighty. Shit, do I have like more compile errors? Oh, no, okay. Alright, so we got this guy. And we got this guy. Alright, so I know this guy's gonna work. Alright, we'll go in here, get in the client. Okay, so let's try this again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it is not synced. Why the hell not? His health is still showing 100. So is this guy. And if I hit here, his health. Oh, what the fuck? now actually neither of them are working. What the fuck? Alright, one sec. Hold on, I need to read this. Click the LAN client button from the in-game UI to connect to the host as a client. Now the player's current health is only being applied on the server and being synchronized on all of the clients. This is difficult to see on all clients, however, because the health bar is not working on all the instances of the game, the variable current health is public and can be seen in the editor. The editor is being run on as the connected client, not the host. The current health on the player game object should be easy to see in the inspector. This is because we're not synchronizing the value. But I am synchronizing the value. Let me see here. I'm going to remove this hook. So I'm doing a sync var on hit points, and I am doing damage on the server here. That should work. Here, I want to try this. Let's see. This guy's going to be the LAN. Alright, so here we go. So I'm going to log in and I want to see something. So here's the player. I have 100 health. I hit space. Why are you not updating? Hold on. If input.getKeyDown keycode.space, I call the take damage method int amount, and only the server can do hit points. So it makes sense that only this guy can do that. However, I don't see how that's supposed to work. Oh, wait a minute. We're working on a host client. It's because we are not synchronizing the value across the network, and the code set to the host bar is only being run on the server. Right. The reason the host bar works on the host client is because it is local to the server. The host client does not have data serialized to it because it shares the same scene with the server. Hey, welcome. What's up, dude? Let's see here. So we now need to synchronize the health foreground object. This brings up another tool for state synchronization, the sync var hook. Sync var hooks will link a function to the sync var. These functions are invoked on the server and all clients when the value of the sync var changes. For more information on sync vars and sync var hooks, please see the page on sync vars. Okay. That kind of makes sense. So we need to say take damage, and then we're going to have here void on change hit points, and we're going to say int current. We're going to say int hit points. All right. Now, what we can do is we can go ahead and say here, we're going to say hit points equal hit points. Alright, so the way this is going to work is that method is going to get called and update our hit points across the network. So I'm going to say hit points, and I'm going to do a hook. I'm going to say hook equals on hit points, on change hit points. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. And then this take damage 10 is fine. And every time we deal damage locally on the server, it's going to update on the client as well now. So this should hopefully work. Or it's going to give me errors out the ass. One of the two. Let's see here. What's the problem? What is the issue? Now what? And ta-da! Alright, so let's go ahead and build. Let's get this network up. Now, hopefully, it should work as expected. Hopefully. So this is my player. I'm going to rename this guy to server because he is the server one, or the LAN hosted one. Alright. So we're going to put him there. This guy's going to log in. He's going to steal this cube, this diamond. That still works. And here we go. I'm gonna hit. Here's the player. Okay, hit points is 100. I'm gonna hit space. Hit space. I should be at 70. And motherfucker, why not? Let me see here. Hold on. Does nothing. Why? That logic is correct. I don't understand why that is not updating. That very well should be updating. That is sync var set to 100. Let me see here. Okay, it is worth noting that this function must have a parameter of the same type as the variable. So, int hit points, int hit points. And that with the sync, oh wait, hold on. Parameter of the same type as the variable with the sync var attribute. In this case, int hit points, and that current value of the sync var will be sent to the hooked function as an argument. Set a hook to this new function in the sync var attribute. On change health. Did I not call that right? On change hit points. Maybe I spelled it wrong. No, I didn't. Hit points equals 100. You take damage. The server says hit points minus equals amount. And at the same time, on change hit points, int hit points, and then I say hit points equals hit points. And we're going to go ahead and say points. Hit points equals points, so we can differentiate that. Damn. Let's see here. On change health will be called. Okay, so now when the value of current health changes, so when that take damage function gets called, on change health will be called on the server and all clients to update the health. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, yeah, Sam has a good point. Honestly, this is actually a very easy setup. You have no idea how hard it used to be just to get to this step. This is actually very easy compared to other solutions out there. Even honestly, I think it might be even more simple than Photon's networking. It's actually very similar to Photon's networking, but I think it's even easier. So I am very happy with this solution so far. I'm super annoyed about this one problem I'm having now, but I think we will figure it out. Hopefully in the next minute or two. Just trying this. Let's see. Yo, Sam, you see anything pointed out that I'm doing incorrect with these hooks? The logic makes sense, it's just not working. LAN host. Alright, here we go. So this guy's the host. Alright. This guy is, if I hit it, the server deducted it. On this guy, if I hit it, the server should have deducted it, but it's fucking not. I don't know why. What is the issue? Network transform, sync transform. Alright, hold on. Let's see here. Alright, one sec. I gotta figure out how we can fix this issue. So, no, the server, I don't know if the server's deducting it. I can't see the log for it. It's not printing out anything. Let me see here. Sync health across network unit. Very new to Uni network in the Uni community, so I apologize in advance. Yeah. I'm trying to sync the variable HP across the network. Have you tried giving the player one network authority? It should be in network identity. Oh, interesting, actually. Hold on. I do want to see something. Does our diamond have a network identity? Server only. Shoot. Let me see something. Server only versus this diamond has local player authority. Crap. Oh man, that's an issue. Wait a minute. So on my player network identity, server only let's see. Server only cannot be set for local player authority objects. So I wonder if that code is even running on my other guy. I wonder if something's set up incorrectly there. So I have this take damage function. Here, Sam. So I have, so is local player. Alright, so the local player takes damage and calls this. If is server is true, then hit points deducts the amount. Now the problem is that I don't think the client is ever the server, but I think the server, the way it works is the server has an instance of my client, and I think the server replicates everything I do. So in this case though, only the server is going to deduct my health, and then I have this sync var for hit points, and it hooks in to call onChange hit points whenever this value changes. So anytime hit points changes, this method gets called, and it updates the points. Okay, hold on. I don't think... Does take damage need to be a command? Let me see. No, dude, I don't think take damage has to be a command. So the way take damage gets called on the server is because it's a network component. You only needs to be a command if I need both to call it. So like if I need every client to call this, I use the command. But for this, the take damage, it's local to the server. This server comes from this network behavior. Hey Foxy dude, this is not a Ludum Dare. This is a ongoing new project that I am doing. CMD take damage. Alright, so Sam, I'm telling you, take damage will only be called on the client that presses space. Correct. And if it's the server, but I think when this gets called locally, it also gets called on the server. And we only want to affect this value on the server. I don't want the local client to actually affect this. The server needs to be responsible for updating it. Hold on. I've got to be missing something. Here, so check this out. This is the documentation for it. Let's see here. Syncing health. Okay, so check this out, Sam. So for their example, they don't have the command above it. They are doing sync var current health, which for me is hit points, and the hook is onChange health. So onChange health, and then here they're doing if server is false, do nothing. If it is the server, do this. So that's exactly what I'm doing. And then I call onChange health, and I update the health. Oh, wait a minute though. Hold on. onChange health. Okay, yeah, hook. onChange health, and it passes in current health. So I don't know what that was happening here. So onChange health, onChange hit points gets called. It passes in this value, and it should get assigned that. Right. So Sam. So look, this is the documentation on Unity's website. Look at their take damage method. It's not a command because it's not called from the client. I don't need every client to call this take damage function. I just need the server to call it. I don't want the client to call take damage. That's the whole purpose of this. I need the server to call take damage. It doesn't assume it's going to be called on all clients. So look how this works. If it's, hold on a minute. If server equals false, return. Yeah, it's assuming that it only gets called on the, because of this line here, only the server is calling it. Clients are not calling it. If a client tries to call this, it just nothing happens. If the server calls it though, then current health minus equals the amount. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work, dude. All right, I will here. I'll go ahead and put that in though. All right, so here we're gonna have CMD take damage and command. All right, so we're gonna call CMD take damage. All right, I don't think anything is going to change here. All right, let's go ahead and build a new one. Alright, hold on actually. We might need to visualize their health on the screen so we can actually see this. And they provide an example for doing that. Alright, so let's run this. Dude, this is not gonna work. Look at this. So LAN host. Alright, I'm gonna log in here. And LAN client. Alright, I'm gonna hit space. And if I look, 100, oh, and hold on, no fucking way. I refuse to believe that is working. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that actually is updating across networks. Alright, hold on. How does that make sense? That means their documentation is completely out of date. So, oh, dude, okay, you know what? You are absolutely fucking right. So, this command is getting called. So, when I call this right here, this is getting called on everybody, and it has track of who called it. And what's happening is if it's the server, it's going to deduct it, and then this is updating it across all players. So, it does make sense why that works, but it's stupid that this can't determine who the server is automatically. That must be something totally new. And their documentation is totally out of date. Alright, way to go, Sam. Thanks, dude. Alright, good deal. So, alright, so let's just make sure everyone understands how that works. So, this command here, right? When a function has command on it, it means that everybody is going to call this function, okay? So, what's going to happen here is when I do this, everyone is going to do this, and their hit points is going to be damaged by amount. Now, actually, what's important here, hold on, I need to make sure that no one else gets hurt, right? Yeah, okay, good deal. So the only person calling this is going to take the damage. No one else should get damaged, because if it's the server, then hit points is minus the amount, and then the hook is going to call on-change hit points. So on-change hit points gets called with the updated points. That was deducted here, so if you were at 100 and you subtract 10, you're at 90. So 90 got in here, and then this guy gets updated, but everyone else on-change hit points should have been staying, I guess, at whatever their current one is. I honestly don't really know why we still have this command. Maybe Sam can write a... is the command only sent to the server? Because here, the diamond is calling the command. Okay, no, that is correct, yes. Okay, yes. Commands are only sent to the server. So basically with this diamond here is when on trigger happens, I call this command pickup, and the server calls this, so that this method gets called on all clients destroying the game object. Same way it goes for here. When I do this, the server is calling hit points minus amount, and then it's updating across the network my points on everyone's machine. Okay, that makes fucking sense. Okay, yeah, that would confirm it. So here, so we can remove this if server, because it should only be called on the server, so we can actually verify that that works. So we'll save this. Alright, let's go ahead and run that. Let's create a new build. Yeah, so this same thing, the same result should affect without checking it for a server. So that must be a new update, I imagine, or the implementation is just fucking wrong. Alright, so LAN clients, let's go ahead and host it here. Okay, yeah, and it still works. So here we are, and it's syncing over the network here. And if I do it here, it syncs over there, and this guy stays 60 and 40. Sweet. Okay, hit points are synced. We are now set for combat implementation. Well, everyone can, everyone in the chat can thank Sam for probably saving our to figure out that that's what we had to do all along. So thank you, Sam. Alright, cool. So let's fucking move on now, because that was a pain in the ass, and we spent a lot of time doing that. I do want to set up the hit points already for this thing, like above each character, since it's something that's easy to do. And we can use it for future players. So what I want to do, let's go ahead and create, we're going to create health bars above our player. And that the following station is listed on for a final question. And let me see here, actually. I want, I think I can do it above the health bar. Let me see here. So we got our player, and I'm going to create an image. Yeah, we can do this. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and position this image in the center, or I want it to be 0, 0. It's going to be right above the player's head. So its width is going to be like 10 by 10 by 10, maybe like 50 or 100 by 10. And this is going to be our health bar. And this way we can actually synchronize these across the network, and we can watch them change in real time. Let's see here. So we're going to do this health bar. And let's make it like 80, 70, alright, 75, alright, 70 it is, 75, okay, so there's our health bar. Oh, you know what, that's on the canvas, I don't want that. Oh shoot, you know what, I think it has to be actually. Well, let me undo that. Yeah, I think it has to be in the canvas. Yeah, yeah. No, just I'll make it have to follow the player. All right, cool. So we got that. Let's see here. Alrighty. Select the image components. Alright, let's see here. So we're gonna do this. Make this the background. We're gonna set this to red. And let's see here. We're gonna duplicate this. We'll call that active health. Alright, put it inside there. And then here we'll go ahead and make that green. Alright, and ideally what's going to happen is this. Or the other way around. Yeah, that. Alright, so we'll have that happen. Alright, here we go. Let's see here. We need this to be middle left position, because I want it to go that way. So middle left, click that. Alright, let's see here. So, canvas into world space canvas. Alright, we need to turn this into a world space canvas. World space. Let's see here. Alright, this canvas here will be a child of our player. Ooh, which fucked a lot of shit up. Hold on. I do want that in world space, right? No, I don't. Overlay, I guess. We'll have to mess around with that. Let's see. Because this is our canvas, we do want that to follow the player, because we're going to set up our UI and stuff for like our inventory and all that good stuff for the player. Alrighty, now we're going to transform scale. Alright, let me see here. Alright, so what I want to do now is to change the width of this guy. So as you can see, 100, or it was at 75. And what I want to do, where was it at? No, it wasn't. What was it at before? No, it was. Okay. No. Okay. This needs to be the same as the background, 50 and 50. Huh, I don't know why you can see a little bit of the red actually. 37? Okay, there we go. Alright, so we're anchored over there, which means that by increasing the width that way, it goes out evenly, which it shouldn't do. Alright, let's do this. Take damage here. So I'm going to modify this later. Damage hit points minus equals amount. We need to access that image basically for the health. So active health, which is the rect transform of it. So we're going to say here so public rect transform, and we're going to call it health bar. Alright, Mike, have a good one, man. See you later. Alright, so there we go. Unchanged hit points. So rect transform health bar. Let's go ahead and add that. So on our player, we have this active health bar. And we're going to add this. Okay. Alright, and when we take damage here, what we're going to do is we're going to say health bar dot size delta equals a new vector 2, and I want to pass in my hit points and the health bar dot size delta dot y. Alrighty, and then in here we're going to want to change that as well. So let me see here, on change hit points. On change hit points, I think we need to sync that as well. Yeah, we do. So we will call this over here, and we will say vector 2 both current health. Alright, I think that's, I'm just making sure that this is going to be networked properly. Let's see here. Alright, cool. This should hopefully update on both the game and the server. Alright, cool. Let's see. Alright, so we're going to build. Oh, that's right. There is a image fill for health bar, right? I may change it. I'm not against doing it this way though, because it is smart to have my canvas thing kind of. Although I guess you can't move the camera, so I guess yeah, I guess I should do it probably from the image itself. Let me see here. Let me see if this works. But yeah, I think I forgot about the fill features. There is. Okay, that's there, and we'll go into this guy. Alright, so this guy does not have, right, hold on. I never applied the prefab, and I never took him out of here. Okay. Hold on, let me see something. Okay, good deal. So what we need to do is build again. Hey B, welcome to the stream, dude. I'm actually doing, we're doing networking right now. So we're setting up Unity 5 networking to work with the components we're going to have in this game. Alright, so let's see here. We're going to run it on the server. And we will do LAN host. Okay, that is a problem. It's not following me like I thought it would. Which I don't really care. I'll probably switch it to the image way, but I just want to see if this works. Alright, it goes inwards, as you can see, so that is an issue. But I do want to see if it is networked. Okay, and it is not. Well, actually, it might be. I just want to actually know. Because it's stacked on top of each other. So, let's... Yeah, we're going to do the image fill. Let's do that instead. So I'm going to put the player back in here. I don't need this event system. I don't need this canvas. Yeah. Alright, I should just need another sprite. So we're going to do 2D object, sprite. We'll call this background. And we'll create an empty object that's going to store the health bar. Alright, there's our health bar. It's inside here. Position is at 0, 0, 0. And now we have our background. Our background sprite will be red. Okay, weird. What's it doing here? Okay, there we go. Alright, so we got this sprite here. And we will set the scale to like 0.1. Okay, good deal. Alright, so right there is pretty good. That's our background. And now we will duplicate that. And we have our fill. And that will go inside here. And let's see here. We have draw mode. No, what am I looking for in here? Shoot, I don't remember what that is. Wait, Sam, what are they supposed to be? Image components or sprites? Oh, image, yeah, okay. So, shit, do images have canvases? They do, I think. Yeah, they do. That's annoying. Alright, one sec. Hold on. Oh wait, wasn't I doing this originally through an image? I was. I had that set up already, but I thought we could do it through a sprite. In that case, hold on, let me see how far back I can go. Because we do want that back. Yeah. Alright, good deal. So here, I'm already doing it this way, so I don't need to, but there is actually on this image component, I thought there was like a fill method. I don't see it anymore, but I could have sworn there used to be something like that. This background is centered, and I think that could have something to do with it. Let's see. So if I run this, oh, for these UI images need to be world space. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was missing something. I just want to see here. Nah, it's still doing it inwards. I have no fucking clue why. Hold on, I'm going to apply this though. I just want to get rid of that. Yeah. World space to follow the player. Alright, so we have our thing here. If I hit space, it kind of like goes out for some reason, which I don't really know why it's doing that either. But let's see here. Let's see here. With the health bar canvas select, turns the canvas render mode on screen. Oh, okay, yeah, it needs a sprite to change the fill. Well, here, I'm already doing it through the rect transform, so I might as well fix it. But hold on here, I want to change something. So this player is going to be my health bar canvas. Let's see here. And we'll do screen space overlay world space. It's got a background. And then active health. Yeah, I did shift click. Like it's already assigned to this one. Oh wait, did it not like register until now? Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Jesus. All right, cool. That should fix that. Alright, get rid of that. Okay, so to make it so we can actually see this thing though, I need to do transform.lookAt on it, I believe. Right? Let me see here. For the billboard or something like that. Alright, so hold on here. I need to create a billboard. Okay, yeah, I'll change it to 0 in a minute, Sam. Let's see, on the player view from section. Okay, so this should be good. Active health is at 0. Okay, so let's build. See here, compiling, go into the main scene. We need to apply this, get rid of that, save it, and build. Enlarge the canvas. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna make this guy the host. Alright, so hold on, I already can't see it. That's a problem. Alright, hold on. What are you thinking it is, Sam? It's too big? Event camera. What should the canvas be? Like by 100? Yeah, it's like super. Where that was I like actually can't see my canvas. Let's see here. So for this player, Okay, here we go. I need to bring it all. That's where the camera is. My health bar. There we go. Shit, how do I shrink that? Oh, the scale on this thing. 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Too much. There we go. 0.8. So 0.4. Alrighty, we're getting there. There we go. Alrighty. Jesus. Finally. Alright, so one thing I do want, I think, can I change this anchor position at all? Or I guess not, it doesn't matter anymore. Alright, there we go. Now it's centered, which is where we want it. And this guy goes 0. There we go. Okay. So we are set here. So now we have that. Alrighty. We will put this inside the player. And we will apply. And now we should be good. Save it. Let's remove this. Alrighty. Sweet. And there we go. Now we have it moving with our player. And when I hit space, it's kind of the opposite of what I wanted it to do, but let's see here. I actually don't know. Do I still need this billboard script? I don't know if I do. I want to see. Because I'd rather not have that billboard script, but I may need it. Let's see here. Yeah, so because it's 2D, I don't need that billboard script. So I'm going to delete that. If it was 3D, I would always need to look at the camera. Alright, so now let's go ahead and make it actually fucking properly. So size delta equals new vector to the hit points, the health bar dot size delta dot y. So why is it doing that? It starts at... want to see something. So the active health is at 0, the width is 75. So when it starts, your width is 100 because your hit points are 100. Oh, actually, no, that's a problem too. I'll have to do math that will eventually convert that to use the 75 width, because I want it to stay within this width. So I'll have to create a formula to just calculate it within that, which is fine for now. But and then 65. So when it's like 100, or I'm sorry, when it's like 20. Alright, I'm happy with this. I'm fine with that. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna make the health hit points 75. Apply, and we'll delete this health player, and we will rebuild. Alrighty, so now we can move on with the networking stuff. If it's still screwed up a bit, alright, perfect, yay. Alright, good deal, and it moves over here. Let's go ahead and log in over here. And as you can see, it is working, but they're not synced. So we're going to go ahead and sync those up now. And I believe it's really easy to do. Oh, and actually, whoops. Oh, actually, no, are they synced? Oh, you know, I'm sorry, they are synced. I don't know what the hell I was looking at. Sweet. Alright, good deal. Health bars are synced, so now we can have a fully functioning network damage system. Alright, good deal. So I want to get that out of the way so we don't have to worry about that later. Let's go ahead and see what's next for this. See what we need to work on next. So we have the network player health. Alright, so let's focus on death and respawning for the player. So like in RuneScape, when you died, you would get spawned back at the starting position. And I think it's like that for every game. Some games have like graveyards or something like that. We're going to go ahead and create something like that as well. So we need to create network death and respawning. And so nothing happens to our player when the player's current health reaches 0 except for a message in the console. So we're going to make this current example behave more like a game. When the player's current health reaches 0, the player will be teleported back to the starting location with full health. This will also serve as a way to introduce the client RPC attribute, which is another tool for state synchronization. Client RPC calls can be sent from any spawned object on the server with a network identity. Even though this function is called on the server, it will be executed on the clients. Alright, so I'm going to read that again. So client RPC attributes, which is another tool for state synchronization. Client RPC calls can be sent from any spawned object on the server with a network identity. Even though this function is called on the server, it will be executed on the clients. Ideally, what I think is going to happen is we're going to turn all of our world objects into client RPC calls. So even though this function is called on the server, it will be executed on the clients. Client RPCs are the opposite of commands. Commands are called on the client, okay, but executed on the server. Okay, that makes perfect fucking sense. Commands are called on the client, but executed on the server. Client RPCs are called on the server and executed on the client. Okay, so to make a function into a client RPC call, use the client RPC attribute and add RPC as a prefix to the name of the function. God, I hate that method. This function will now be run on clients when it is called on the server. Any arguments will automatically be passed to the clients. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, so we need to make sure we understand that clear distinction there. That commands are called on the client. So like I call commands, they're executed on the server, okay? So just like what we're doing here with this player here, I'm calling this command on the client, like right here. I'm calling it on the client, but it's executing on the server. Okay, that's super important. That's executing on the server. What we're going to do with a client RPC is client RPCs are called on the server, and they're executed here. So like the server might say, hey, free drop party, all the rare items you can want, come get them. And then what's going to happen, or the server might say, hey, here's your free item. And then what's going to happen is the client is going to execute a method that says you get a free item added to your inventory. So that's how that works. All right, so client RPC calls can be sent from any spawned object on the server with a network identity. To enable respawning, we'll need to create a new respawn function in our health script and create a call to it and take damage on the server when the player's current health reaches 0. Alright, so we want to make a server call that's going to do something to the client. So open the health script. So here, so when the player dies, so we're in the player class, so when he dies, right? So we're going to say, void, oops. Yeah, we're going to say here, we're going to say void, we're going to say on player death. Alright, so void on player death. And we're going to give it an RPC attribute. So we're going to say RPC on player death. It needs RPC or client RPC. Alright, so client RPC call, RPC player on death. And what we need to do now is we need to, when the player dies, this function will get called. And we need to say transform.position equals the starting location of the game, or where you're supposed to go. Okay, so for now we're just going to say vector2.0, vector3.0. Yes, in other words, it's a method called only on the server and sent to every client. So transform.position equals vector3.0, and what we're going to do here is you only want to call this if you're a local player, because I assume the server is going to call this on everyone, and only local player should actually do this. So only the person who actually died should have this code be called. Alright, so calling this should be pretty easy. I believe we can just, how do we execute this? Let's see here, change the code and take damage to reset the player's current health to maximum. Alright, so here we go. So in this take damage here, we say health points minus equals amount. And then we do this. And what we're going to do here is we're going to say if hit points is less than 1, meaning you're dead, we are now going to call RPC respawn. So we're going to say here RPC respawn. Whoops, we called it RPC on player death. Alright, so this called on server, because this command here only works on the server. So for clarification, I'm actually going to do, I'm going to add that back for if this is the server. Because this only gets called, or we just need to make a note that, here, commands only get called on the server, or I'm sorry, commands only get executed on the server. So we're going to remove hit points from the server, and we're going to do this on the server, and then if hit points is less than 1, the server is going to call RPC on player death. So everyone in the game is going to get called this, but only the local player is going to be affected. Alright, so let's see here, called on server RPC on player death, and that should be good. Alright, so let's see, in this example here, the client controls the position of the local player. This is because the player game object has local authority. If the server simply sets the player game object position back to origin when the player's current object is 0, the client would override the server as the client has authority. So to avoid this, the server instructs the owning client to move the player's game object to the restart position as a client RPC call. This position is then synchronized across all of the clients because of the player game object's network transform. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and test this out. When this gets called, we also want to say hit points equals 75 again. So you get full health again. Alright, we're going to save. kill that. We're going to rebuild. Alright, go here on the game. We're going to host it here. Let's pick up this diamond. And we're going to join. The diamond's already been picked up. Alright, so here we go. So I am going to hit space. I'm going to die slowly. And there you go. So I get spawned back over here. However, you'll notice that my health did not regenerate. Now let's check over here as well. If I die here, do I get spawned? Okay, and my health did in fact regenerate. Okay, so why didn't it regenerate over here? I'm constantly dead over here. That's a problem. Let's see here. Oh, right. Okay, you know what? It's a logic error. Check this out. This RPC call is only for the local player. It's not, we need it to call into that hook again. So I believe this actually has to be done here. If hit points is less than 1, this executed on the server, because the server is who is updating all the hit points. So we're going to go ahead and say hit points equal 75, because only the server can modify that. We don't want the local player to ever control their health. The server has to control their health. So you'll see here, anyway, let's go ahead and damage ourselves a little. Let's collect the diamond, and we'll go ahead and log in here. And as you can see, we're all good. Sweet. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I built. Did I build again? Oh, okay, sweet. Good. Alright, so now it's fixed. You can see here both screens. My health goes to 0, and now I'm back to full health. And over here, back to 0, full health. And make sure you can see it over there as well. Yeah. And there you go. Cool. Alright, now we are fully synced up for death and respawning. Alright, cool. So what is next now? Let's go ahead and move on. Alright, so that's client RPCs. So that makes sense. So we have client RPCs, and then we have commands. And so that's good to know. Alright, so now we need to handle non-player objects. So we've been focused primarily on player game objects. Most game, however, may have many non-player game objects that exist in the game world. For this example, we ignore environmental game objects, but concentrate on non-player game objects, such as enemies. Okay, NPCs. Okay, so this is going to be helpful for setting up NPCs. While player game objects are spawned when a client connects to the host, enemy game objects need to be controlled by the server. Okay, so just like I assume potentially world game objects need to be controlled by the server as well. And that's how they are controlled, I believe. They are executed on the server, so that's good. So in this section, we will add enemy spawner that creates non-player enemy game objects that can be shot and killed by any of the players. Let me see here. By setting server only to true, this prevents the enemy spawner from being sent to the clients. Okay, very cool. Let's see here. So we're going to kind of turn their enemy spawn example into our world item example. I'm just seeing how they do it to make sure. I think I already did this. They're spawning the server. They're spawning the enemy, that's fine. On start server, we spawn in all that shit. Alright, let me see. The class used an implementation of onStart server. When the server starts, a number of enemies are generated, just like we would generate a shit ton of world objects. When the server starts, a number of enemies are generated. Now that the enemy has been, now that the enemy has been created, we need enemy game objects to spawn. Let's go ahead and let's see here. Unity will warn us that we will break the prefab instance, yada yada yada. Next option, you can create a headpiece. Okay, it's just for the enemies. Alright, let me see here. Enemy spawner, number of enemies, and then we control that. It's a good deal. So think of our diamond as like our enemy right now. It has a network ID and a network transition, and then we have just a diamond script to control it. So its behaviors. Alright, let's see here. Close the standalone player, continue to use implement. Alright, so destroying this thing. So how do we pick this up? So we destroy it, and it just destroys on the network. That's exactly what we're doing currently. Alright, let's just confirm that. So right here, you pick it up. We call the command, and then we execute on the server destroy this .game object. Now there's one thing we may want to change here, and that is this, server only. Local player authority cannot be set for server only objects. Okay, so it's server only. I hope this will still work. Let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and say build. And if this doesn't work, we'll learn something about that. So destroy, we sync their health. Kind of similar to everything else. Alright, let's see here. I'm trying to see this. Alright, we're going to also look at setting initial spawn positions for the players, because we currently it just spawns them in at 0, and I'm not setting that. That's just where the network spawns them. So let's go ahead and build. Let's go ahead and host here. And let's go ahead and get this guy in. What I'm testing right now is I want to see if, okay, that's a problem. Where the hell is our diamond? Alright, so that actually broke something. So I don't want this to be server only. Actually, I don't even know if I applied that. I'm actually going to run that. Let me check. Well, I'm going to make that server only. I'm going to apply the prefab. We're going to run this. Let's build. Okay, run. Alright, we're going to host it here. There's the diamond. I'm going to go ahead and close here. Alright, no diamond. Alright, the reason for that is because it's only executed to show, as of now, on the server, which is this. This is the server client. So that makes perfect sense. So we do not want to mess with that. We want this to be neither. We just want it to be none, I guess. And it works fine with none. So I guess if it's not server, then it's both local and server, which is fine. Because it's working. So let's see here. If we host here again, there's a diamond. Come back over here. Gotta build. Okay, we'll go ahead and build. Alright, let's host here. There's the diamond. We're going to connect, and there's the diamond. I connect the diamond, and it disappears on both. So that's exactly how we want our world server to work. Our world object thing. Alright, so set initial spawn positions for the player. And currently, and actually, you know what? I'm going to do that. Let's see, what are we at here? We're at like almost 4 hours of streaming. So I'm going to keep going, but I am going to take a 15-minute break. Alright, cool. So I will be back. So if anyone new joins, you guys can tell them, well, shit. Yeah, 15-minute timer. Alright, I'll be back in 15 minutes. Here, I'm going to do this. Whoa, do you guys hear that? Oh, that's this. Nice. Alrighty. Trying to see something on the stream here. Trying to increase or decrease the for the stream. It looks like you guys are 2 minutes behind. So let's see. Let's see here.